فكرهم يسمعوا فيا.
المشاركين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Good morning to all of you. It's my pleasure to be the first speaker and moderator today. Dear guest, welcome to the first International Applied Linguistics Virtual Conference organized by the Department of English, the Faculty of Letters and Languages, Qasdi Mirbah, University of Ouargla, Algeria. We are delighted to hold this virtual academic event and to see many specialists in the applied linguistics community take part in the conference and many speakers dedicated to present their innovative research. The agenda of our opening ceremony this morning includes a number of introductory speakers, but as the tradition goes, we begin by listening to a recitation of Holy Quran verses by Dr. Khalid Ghrisi, a lecturer of Quranic Science at Hamad Akhdar University, Al-Wad, and a member of the Recitation Authority at the Ministry of Religious Affairs. نفتتح الملتقى بآيات بينات من القرآن الكريم يتلوها على مسامعنا الأستاذ الدكتور خالد غريسي، أستاذ علوم القرآن بجامعة حمى الأخضر الوادي وعضو هيئة الإقراء بوزارة الشؤون الدينية. فليتفضل الشيخ مشكورا غير مأمور.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أولا أشكر الأسرة الجامعية لكلية الآداب واللغات بجامعة البحر الذي وليس ولاية على هذه الدعوة الطيبة وأنا أبارك لهم هذا الافتتاح الخطأ الدوري الأول للسنوات التقليدية وأتمنى إن شاء الله الفائدة العلمية. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم
Sadaq Allahu al-Azim. We are delighted to have now Dr. Thoraya Reed, the conference chairperson, to give her welcome speech. The floor is yours, Dr. Reed.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. أيها الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. A very good morning to one and all present here, and thank you for joining us at the first International Applied Linguistics Conference 2021, organized by the Department of English, the Faculty of Letters and Languages at Qasdi Merbah University of Ouargla, Algeria. It's our great pleasure to welcome you all, our distinguished guests, our colleagues, and our students to this special virtual academic encounter. Our university has sought to establish solid and permanent traditions through a series of highly specialized conferences held this year in spite of the worldwide pandemic situation, which indeed has been a major impetus to move towards the virtual space in academia. The Faculty of Letters and Languages, and especially our department, decided to have its share in these scientific manifestations. What is special about this scholarly gathering is that it will be held digitally, and this is the real challenge. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our honorary chairs, Professor Mohammed Tahar Halilat, Director of Qasdi Merbah University of Ouargla, and Professor Laid Jallouli, the Dean of the Faculty of Letters and Languages, who have approved and supported the idea of holding this conference since its inception, and who have provided all the human and technical means and resources to make it a success. Also, I am deeply honored by the presence of our special guests, the University Vice Rectors, Professor Abdelhamid Hima, Professor Murad Qureshi, Professor Dalil Abadi, Professor Fodil Daho, Professor Hussein Daho, Professor Salah Khannour, the deans, the heads of departments, our colleagues from the Department of English, French, and Arabic. Next, my appreciation is especially extended to the participants. This conference has attracted a large audience in spite of the relatively short period of its announcement. We have ended up with 77 presentations from 29 Algerian universities and 6 universities in other countries, including Ukraine, Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, and India. The acceptance rate was about 80%. We have researchers from across the field of applied linguistics who will share their thoughts, knowledge, and opinions on applied linguistic issues. Thank you all, dear participants, for your trust, for your persistence, and for your marvelous enriching effort. The theme of this first edition of our conference is improving reality through the lens of linguistic theory. This theme arose out of our genuine interest in linguistic studies, which is certainly also the pursuit of hundreds of applied linguistics community members. We believe this theme fits a first edition as long as it delineates what applied linguistics is by referring to reality while trying to improve it. This perspective complies with Professor Alan Davis's view that applied linguistics is better understood by doing it rather than studying it or reading about it. In this conference, a full spectrum of language issues in institutional and non-institutional contexts will be discussed in 14 sessions, organized thematically in the light of micro and macro linguistic theory, spanning not only language learning and teaching, but also language as a socio-psychological phenomenon. We strive to make this experience as smooth, agreeable, and informative to all. This conference could not have happened without the joint work of a whole team. Therefore, I would like to convey my sincere thanks, firstly, to the scientific committee members who have insightfully worked on designing the main tracks and on the process of abstract reviewing and chairing the sessions. My thanks are extended to the organizing committee as well, headed by Dr. Mohammed Radwan Kafi and his technical staff and engineers for the meticulous arrangements they have provided to make it real. Before coming to a close of these remarks, I am very delighted to address a special word of appreciation and gratitude to our keynote speaker, Professor Marc Letourneau from Weber State University, Utah, USA, who has accepted our invitation without hesitation to give a keynote address about this event. We are very pleased to hear the echo of this conference from an esteemed expert in theoretical and applied linguistic studies. I close my welcome remarks, our honorary chairs, committee members, moderators, session chairs, students, and colleagues. My deepest thanks to you all for your contribution in shaping this event. Wishing you all the best for these 2 days. Thank you. Now, my colleague, Mr. Belshir, will continue moderating the session.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now, we are highly honored to have the formal inauguration of the first International Applied Linguistics Virtual Conference by our first honorary chairperson, Professor Mohammed Tahir Hlilat, the Rector of Qasdi Mirbah University. نحيل الكلمة الآن لضيفنا الشرفي الأول البروفيسور محمد طاهر حليلات مدير جامعة ورقلة للافتتاح الرسمي لأشغال الملتقى الافتراضي الأول للسانيات التطبيقية. فليتفضل مشكورا غير ممنون.
بعد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على المرسلين. إذن شرف عظيم أننا نحضر لهذا الملتقى الدولي الأول الافتراضي الذي ينظم من طرف جامعة قاسم مرباح ورقلة، وبالأخص من كلية الآداب واللغات، وكذلك بالأخص من قسم اللغة الإنجليزية. وطبعا هذه اللقاءات الافتراضية عن بعد جاءت بعد الجائحة التي ألمت بالعالم بأسره، وأعطت بينت طاقات كبيرة لدى الأساتذة ولدى الجامعات الجزائرية لإبراز هذا النوع من تنظيم اللقاءات عن بعد. وها هو الآن أو اليوم نحضر لهذا اللقاء الهام جدا، والذي يعالج موضوع مهم في اللغة الإنجليزية وفي الأدب بصفة عامة، والذي يضم أكثر أو بالأخص 6 دول وأكثر من 67 جامعة جزائرية. وعليه فإنني أشكر كل الطاقم الذي قام بتنظيم وتحضير هذا الملتقى، وعلى رأسهم طبعا الأستاذة دريد رئيس هذا الملتقى الدولي، وكذلك الأستاذ بن شيخ الذي هو بجانبي. وأشكر القائمين على الكلية وعلى المنظمين، وعلى رأسهم الأستاذ كافي رضوان والطاقم التقني والذي يعمل معه. إذن دون إطالة أشكركم على كل هذه المجهودات، وأتمنى أن تتواصل اللقاءات هذا تنظيم مثل هذه الندوات العلمية وخاصة عن بعد حتى يكون فيه إفادة للطلبة وللأساتذة بصفة عامة. وأعلن الافتتاح الرسمي على هذا الملتقى. وفقكم الله والسلام عليكم.
Thank you, Professor Hlilat. So, Professor Hlilat is sad but I hereby support organizing such academic event, and I thank all the organizing committee for achieving and coming to the success of such academic event, which is the first international conference organized by the Department of English. So, dear all, this conference couldn't run without the support of the Dean of the Faculty of Letters and Languages, our second honorary chair today, Professor Ialc. We are privileged to listen to his introductory speech. نتشرف الآن بالاستماع إلى ضيفنا الشرفي الثاني البروفيسور ialc عميد كلية الآداب واللغات بإلقائه كلمة بخصوص الملتقى، فليتقدم مشكورا غير مأمور.
السادة الحضور، السلام عليكم، صباحكم سعيد. Good morning. يأتي هذا الملتقى ضمن سلسلة من الملتقيات تقيمها كلية الآداب واللغات بجامعة قصد مرباح ورقلة، وجاء هذا الملتقى ليعالج قضايا مهمة تتعلق باللغة الإنجليزية، واقع هذه اللغة ضمن الدراسات اللسانية التطبيقية، ومن ثم هذا الملتقى يعالج هذه القضية اللغوية ضمن النظرية اللسانية، وعلاقة هذه النظرية بتحليل الخطاب وباللسانيات وبموضوعات كثيرة تتعلق بموضوع هذا الملتقى. نشكر كل الذين شاركوا في هذا الملتقى من داخل الجزائر ومن خارجها. كما نشكر إدارة الجامعة وعلى رأسها مدير الجامعة الأستاذ الدكتور محمد طاهر حليلات، وإدارة أيضا المديرية وعلى رأسهم الدكتور رضوان كافي والطاقم الذي يتولى إدارة وتسيير هذا الملتقى من الناحية التقنية. نشكر أساتذة قسم اللغة الإنجليزية وأساتذة الكلية الذين شاركوا جميعا في هذا الملتقى، كما نشكر الأساتذة الذين شاركونا من دول مختلفة، من الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية ومن الهند ومن الأردن ومن المغرب ومن تونس ومن دول شقيقة كثيرة. نتمنى لهم وقتا ممتعا معنا في رحاب جامعة قصد مرباح ورقلة، التي كانت دوما سباقة إلى تنظيم مثل هذه الملتقيات عن بعد، والتي فرضتها الجائحة، فلم تكن الجائحة عائقا لنا لنتوقف عن النشاطات، بل علمتنا دروس كثيرة وأمدتنا بطاقة جعلتنا ننظم العديد من الملتقيات. ربما هذا الملتقى الخامس أو السادس، ولا تزال هناك ملتقيات كثيرة تنظمها كلية الآداب واللغات. في الأخير أتمنى لكل المشاركين التوفيق في أشغال هذا الملتقى، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
شكرا للسيد العميد على دعمه وتشجيعه لهكذا حدث في قسم اللغة الإنجليزية. In brief, the Dean of the Faculty said that I thank the chairperson of the conference for choosing such a topic, which is at the core of language use, whether in classroom or even outside of the classroom in daily life. Such topic is at the core of linguistic issues. So this is the first point he stressed. The second point, he said that I thank all the participants from Algeria and other countries, and he wishes all the best and all the success in such academic events. Now, we are very honored and privileged to welcome Professor Marc Le Tourneau, our distinguished keynote speaker. Professor Le Tourneau is a full professor in the Department of English at Weber State University, USA. He has taught many courses, including college writing, literature, and linguistics since 1987. He spent a year at the University of Khartoum, 1989-1990, on a Fulbright fellowship in the Department of English and Linguistics. His linguistic central research is the morphosyntax of Standard Arabic. Professor Lutournou will give us a keynote address titled Get Real, Relating Linguistic Theory and Linguistic Practices. This would provide us with a holistic picture and an overview of the major themes covered in this conference. We would like just to apologize because of the time zone differences. Our keynote speaker insisted to give us a live speech, although the time in Ottawa is now 2 a.m. I think, while it is 9 a.m. in Algeria. So thank you, Professor, for your patience, and the floor is yours.
Before I begin, could you give me screen sharing privileges? I have an image that I would like to share as part of the address.
Okay, just a minute.
Okay.
Could you try now?
Looks like I can. Thank you. All right. Good morning, everybody. I am honored to be here to speak with you, albeit from a distance in space. I'm in the Western United States, and in time, as you just heard, it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning here. But I warmly thank Dr. Touria Drid for the opportunity to address you. As you know, the theme of the conference is improving reality through the lens of linguistic theory. More particularly, the conference will, quote, exchange original ideas on linguistic theory and its application to understand and solve language-related problems. Now, these are for me very congenial themes. As you just heard, my own research is in Arabic morphosyntax, and of course, linguistic theory has been essential to that work. But it also applies to my endeavors in more applied domains. As a second language learner of Arabic, and like many of you, in my teaching of writing, literature, and linguistics. I'd therefore like to reflect with you on how linguistic theory and linguistic practice are related. My thesis is that theoretical and descriptive linguistics, alongside of applied linguistics, reciprocally illuminate linguistic reality. Now, by linguistic reality, I mean the nature and use of language. And I've chosen illuminating reality as my construal of improving reality. Now, I understand that improving reality can mean many other things. For example, it might pertain to social justice through language preservation or critical discourse analysis. And at least the latter is one theme, one section of this conference. As important as those are, they are not my theme here. Instead, I want to develop an idea in the conference description. That description says that many applied linguists argue for the autonomy of their discipline. But, in the words of the conference description, linguistic theory remains the principal feeding source of applied linguistics. And I concur with that, but I would like to argue that the direction of influence goes in the other direction as well. Linguistic practice, or applied linguistics, can feed linguistic theory. The first task is to define linguistic reality. And as a heuristic for that, I'm going to adopt the by now familiar distinction that goes back to Chomsky 1986 between externalized language, or e-language, and internalized language, or I-language. The distinction itself is not new, but Chomsky draws a surprising consequence from it. By e-language, he means a set of sentences. He quotes Leonard Bloomfield and his illustrative definition of language as the totality of utterances, quote unquote, that a speech community can produce. Now, such a set of sentences is a reality independent of the psychology of a speaker. On this view, which was characteristic of American structural linguistics, grammar as a theory of a language becomes a derivative notion. On analogy with the study of formal systems like arithmetic, if you have two extensionally equivalent grammars, the question of one being correct and the other one incorrect is essentially moot. To continue then, the way universal grammar is conceived in this model is as properties that are true of many or all languages. Now, the status of grammar in I language is quite different. In fact, essentially the complement of the structuralist conception. I language is, to quote Otto Jespersen, a notion of structure in the mind of a speaker. Such a system is, of course, part of the individual's psychology. And now questions of truth or falsity can be raised because two extensionally equivalent grammars may not both represent the speaker's internalized language. Universal grammar becomes the study of I language. And as a result, the status of E language and grammar are reversed. E language, Chomsky claims, is an epiphenomenon, and grammar as the theory of I-language becomes the central object of inquiry. Now, Chomsky warrants this shift from the study of E-language to the study of I-language as an embrace of realism, per the theme of the conference. To investigate I-language is to study a quote-unquote real-world object with an internal coherence that E-language lacks. How should this claim be evaluated? I myself am much in agreement with it. The language faculty, and grammar with it, must be a real object of study, despite its remoteness from language use. I find Chomsky's analogy between language and a game compelling. He says, a game such as chess is not a set of moves, but the system of rules that underlies them. And that analogy is borne out by the way generative linguists rely on introspection, despite its shortcomings. The procedure of introspecting and judging grammaticality of sentences would seem to be senseless unless one is attempting to construct a theory of the internal language faculty. But while I'm convinced by that much of what Chomsky says, I am less persuaded that language or E-language is epiphenomenal. One reason for my skepticism is that E-language provides the empirical content for a theory of I-language. To acknowledge the reality of I-language does not seem to entail that the reality of E-language has to be denied. Rather, observable instances of language use, themselves real, point to the faculty that in part realizes them. To see this, consider the relation between natural selection and evolution. Evolution, as change in the traits of organisms over time, is logically independent of natural selection as the mechanism by which evolution is explained. Evolution is like E-language, the observable phenomenon. Natural selection is like I-language, the mechanism to be theorized to account for the phenomenon. It seems odd to say that evolution is epiphenomenal, whereas natural selection is real. It seems equally odd to say that E-language is epiphenomenal and I-language is real. The relation seems rather to be that between a phenomenon and a scientific explanation of it. Jackendoff, 1977, makes what I believe is a related criticism. He paraphrases in the following way a passage in which Chomsky argues that, quote, if humans could communicate by telepathy, there would be no need for a phonological component. Jackendoff paraphrases, in other words, Language would be perfect if we didn't have to talk. Jackendoff's retort to Chomsky's remark is instructive. My own inclination would be to say that if we could communicate by telepathy, we wouldn't need language. Not only would phonology be superfluous, so presumably would be morphology, syntax, and semantics. The properties of I language are only discernible from the patterns in E language. The latter is indispensable. A second reason to question the thesis that E language is epiphenomenal is that it seems to a priori constrict the scope of linguistic theory. In their editorial introduction to a collection of essays on the derivational and filtering components of minimalism and optimality theory, Brookhies and Vogel, 2013, observed that in Chomsky 1995, a major minimalist paper, he displaces optional movement rules, such as extraposition, from narrow syntax to the phonology. Now, this is objectionable on two grounds. The first is conceptual. Syntax and phonology, while both are discrete combinatorial systems, traffic in different primitives. Hence, to quote Jackendoff, the units of phonological structure do not correspond one-to-one with the standard units of syntax. The second objection is methodological, and it confronts both descriptive and applied linguistics. Consider the former first. If the units of syntax and phonology are non-isomorphic, it is difficult to conceive how rearrangement phenomena like extraposition are to be analyzed at the syntax-phonology interface. Although distributed morphology might offer guidance in this matter. For applied linguistics, the problem is even more acute. I have in mind linguistic and literary stylistics, though the problem pertains to second language writing pedagogy too. The optional reordering and addition of constituents to a sentence is essential to characterizing style, whether it's that of an author, a genre, or a period, or to comparing or contrasting the style of two writers in the same period. To restrict narrow syntax in the manner that Chomsky proposes weakens the feeding relationship between syntactic theory and stylistics declared more generally in the conference description. So what might be done to counter this? Brookhies and Vogel suggest a simple model of the architecture of grammar that can serve as a heuristic. And I will show you that, I hope, now. Okay. All right, if you look at number 1 here, you have a generator which takes as its output, or the output of which is preliminary outputs. Preliminary outputs are the input to the filters. That is, the generator component is the derivational component, and the filters are the filtering component, of course. And then the output of filters is a set of optimal outputs. Okay. Now, Brookes and Vogel argue persuasively that both minimalism and optimality theory, which are often regarded as incompatible, conform to the architecture in the model I just showed you. Now, it's true, in minimalism, the filters are output conditions. In optimality theory, they're ranked constraints. But these are functionally equivalent. The correspondence between them suggests that E-language can be rehabilitated as the output of the filtering component, however conceived, because that component is now regarded as part of core grammar. Broadly speaking, the generator captures universal properties of language, and the filtering component language-specific properties. However, to quote them, it is not a priori given whether a phenomenon belongs to the computational system or to the filter component. Hence, it is unnecessary to relegate what appear on their face to be syntactic movements to the phonology. This restores the feeding relation between linguistic theory and linguistic practice. It also suggests that the filtering component may be crucial for the latter, linguistic practice. Brookes and Vogel note that optimality theory does not confine itself to filtering out illicit displacements in syntax. They write, in principle, all phonological, syntactic, semantic, pragmatic, etc., properties can be fruitfully investigated. And this breadth of applicability commends itself to scholars working in applied linguistics, including all the thematic areas in the present conference. Now, while the model that I showed you supports the feeding relation between linguistic theory and linguistic practices, I suggested at the beginning that the relation may run in the opposite direction as well. Applied linguistics may feed linguistic theory. I close with examples of such symbiosis. And I start with anecdotal observations. As a second language learner of Arabic, the greatest challenge I face is oral comprehension. And in particular, as I listen to newscasts, for example, I find that phrases and nominal sentences easier to understand in speech than verbal sentences. Now that might be partly a function of length. Clauses may well be longer than phrases, but is it also true that nominal sentences are shorter than verbal sentences? That seems less likely to me. But if nominal sentences and phrases pattern in this way in oral comprehension versus reading comprehension for other learners besides myself, perhaps this is because such sentences resemble noun phrases in that they are not projections of a functional category like tense, but, as argued in Ben Mamoun 2000, perhaps of determiner instead. If such an observation can be confirmed or corroborated experimentally, it would count as evidence from Arabic L2 acquisition for a hypothesis about Arabic syntax. But such confirmation is not limited to anecdotes. Al-Ghedi 2018 reports a study testing the noun phrase accessibility hierarchy, which predicts that resumptive pronouns, as in Arabic, are commoner with indirect and oblique objects than they are with direct objects and subjects. The primary subjects are English-speaking L2 learners of Arabic, and there was a control group of L1 speakers of Arabic. Al-Ghedi hypothesized that resumptive pronouns, which do not involve movement, would be a preferred strategy for L2 learners of Arabic because movement is less economical than merge, simply combining the units together. While some tests corroborated the hypothesis, one showed more L2 learners employed movement with indirect and oblique objects than did L1 speakers. This finding prompted Al-Ghedi to speculate that a different syntactic analysis of these constructions may be needed. Here, applied linguistics suggests a research question for linguistic theory. Reciprocity between the two is possible. Thank you for your kind attention. I wish you a stimulating and collegial conference.
Thank you, Professor Utonu, for the insights on the new perspective of applied linguistics and rich analysis of the theme of the conference and the line of argumentation. It's true that applied linguistics borrows from theory, but it is also true that practice feeds linguistic theory. So, since now, thank you all for being here. We begin the conference sessions, which are organized according to the different tracks of our conference theme, improving reality through the lens of linguistic theory. I would like to give a few remarks on how to run the sessions. First, in each session, to avoid technical difficulties and internet droppers, the videos of the presentations will be diffused. Second, each presenter is asked to attend the session while the videos are successively played by the chairperson. Third, the audience are asked to write their questions in the discussion box with the name of the presenter. Fourth, After the videos, the debate will be organized by the chairperson by reading a few questions. Fifth, the presenter who is concerned with the question will intervene and answer the question if they wish. Last, the chairperson will decide to end the debate and to keep within the limits of the sessions. So now I will invite Dr. Belarbi Ahmed Nouruddin to attend the first session entitled Linguistic Theory and Translation Studies. Yeah, so Dr. Kudad, would you come please?
Thank you very much. Hello again, everybody. After this short break, I welcome you. I say hello, everybody. I'm greatly delighted to be given this opportunity to moderate the first session. I am thankful to all the participants and all the contributors who made this opportunity effective. Words also are powerless to express my sincere indebtedness to our virtual guests. I would like also to thank Professor Mark Lutorno for his keynote speech. I am Dr. Mohammed Kouded from Qasdi Marbah University. Of course, I'll moderate this first session. The theme of the session is linguistic theory and translation studies. We have 4 speakers on this panel. I invite them virtually to attend this session while the video recorded presentations are played. After the presentations, as mentioned by the chairperson, we will have a debate, questions and answers for quarter an hour. Now, we immediately start the presentations. We just remind attendants that all questions can be set while viewing the presentation via discussion box. I display the first presentation presented and recorded, of course, by Dr. Shili Majda from University of Frere Menturi at Constantine, Algeria, entitled Cross-Language Dynamics and Arab Muslim Women's and Anglophone Literature Towards New Humanistic Rules of Language.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين وبعد. My presentation is entitled Cross-Language Dynamics and Arab Muslim Women's Anglophone Literature Towards New Humanistic Rules of Language. Well, the idea of the research topic developed from a personal assumption, which is also subject to investigation, that language importance in community is twofold. Language as a role in community formation and community, in this case, minor community, I do not agree with the naming minor, has a role in language or major language or culture promotion. This, in fact, goes beyond the monolingual orientation of communication and is perfectly rooted in an objective cross-language dynamics philosophy, as I see it. On the other hand, the Anglophone Arab literature is indeed a promising research field for me, not only because it's concerned with minor literature, but also because it represents, I'm quoting some here, an important bridge of communication between the West and the Arab Muslim world. Framework, the topic of Arab Muslim women Anglophone literature will intrinsically consider the importance of language in community formation and the importance of community in language and culture promotion. Both ideas constitute what I called in the title the new humanistic forms of language. Well, and Anglophone literature is literature conceived and executed in English by writers of Arabic background. It falls into the category of minor literature. It's literature quoting somewhere that is neither Arabic nor English, but is linguistically and culturally hybrid, discursively multidimensional, and literarily heterogeneous. As far as Muslim women Anglophone literature, it's conceived by Sarno as a minor literature within a minor literature. Quoting here, because the fiction inspired by Islam is unusual and often rejected by Westerners in the English tradition that has been mystical, secular, or Christian, have challenged not only the English literary tradition that has been so many times Islamophobic, but also modern Arabic literature that has been for many decades predominantly secular. Well, these writings, according to Sarno, are important because they offer the Western reader an authentic portrayal of the Arab world and Arab Muslim women away from a false representation translated to them through manipulated media and the channels. From a translation point of view, they are important because they neither represent the pure Muslim perspective nor the pure Western perspective. It's perspective in between a double-sided perspective, qualifying a hybrid identity. From my own put, these authentic portrayals or cultural translations are the site of a new humanistic role of language. The reciprocal influence of the major language on minor community and minor community of major language is what I call the humanistic roles of language. Language being the channel and the voice of a minor community. Channel metaphor implies language influence on the minor community, whereas the voice metaphor implies the minor community influence on the major language. In fact, it's difficult to distinguish when major language is used as a channel or a voice because of the overlapping that might happen between the two roles. The voice can be shaped by the channel, and the channel can be created, restructured by the voice. In what follows, I will focus on spotting major language minor community interaction. To illustrate and deepen the understanding of such roles, a number of linguistic and cultural aspects from Abu Layla's translator are analyzed. The translator is the romance between a Sudanese translator and a Scottish scholar for whom she works. In this instance, for instance, let me read this. At such times, she would sit indoors and wait, watching from her window people doing what she couldn't do. Children walking to school through the swirling leaves, the elderly smashing on the pavement with their sticks, walking sticks. They were superhuman giants who wouldn't let the elements stand in the way. Well, this is where the protagonist is commenting on the consequences of harsh weather on herself as opposed to others. So this type in behavior could be partly explained by the geographical and economic exigencies of the Western world. But what's important is that awareness of the disparity of behavior and the causes behind that disparity is the result of a hybrid experience culminating in the civilian economic politics. So, right from the beginning, there was what Iran described as the possibility of successful coexistence with the Westerner, with the need for the certification of the near. In the following episodes, well, the summer is commenting on the, is explaining the linguistic properties of the words in our culture. Do you pronounce it like the season, summer? Right, asked the first time she had met him. Yes, but it doesn't have the same meaning, and because he wanted to know more, she said, it means conversation between friends late at night. It was suited as nomads like to do, soft later, like the afternoon, when it was no longer so hot, and the day work was over. The second is, I mean, the same. It's along the captain, waiting asked Harry, straight in the coach, and yes, it's straight in the cab. We pronounce the cab as a gas. So, while this exchange is of a linguistic nature, it is tolerance of and patience with these linguistic methods, which ensure
Now also can speak.
Later, towards the end of the month, each summer is given to the linguistic properties of the array, creating reasons of interlingual intertextuality. Like according like Rabi opinion in Arabic. He has a lot of opinions. She's talking about the main protagonist, English or Scottish protagonist of the novel. In the last example, the summer discovers a given essence of array, okay, an intrinsic essence that she got hold of instinctively. He with others, he looked to her to be comfortless, not only because of his looks, but his manners, the same manners which makes her able to talk to him, made but for the first time in years to be attracted to the manners of a man is a very expression by Tillons. If the man belongs to a different culture, the insight is that there is a possibility of an opinion. In conclusion, the results reached, especially as far as the practical level is concerned, settle for personal motivation behind this research. It's a belief that with Said and with Said quote, the will to understand for the purposes of coexistence and humanistic theology of humanity. Thank you very much. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. My presentation is entitled.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the first presenter. Now we move to the second presenter, Dr. Ahmed Balabin from Qazi Marbah University. His presentation is entitled Translating English Stative Dynamic Adjectives into Arabic, a Functional Linguistic Approach. Thank you all for your patience and for your contribution, of course.
This is Dr. Ahmed from the Department of English University. Today I'm presenting translated English, stated and dynamic attitudes into Arabic, adopting a stylistic approach for both teachers and students of translation. So let's get started. To begin with, I am a teacher of translation, and I always notice that most of students of translation do research or translated adjectives from English into Arabic, mainly when dealing with stated and dynamic ones, the usual, of course, negative transfers. translating grammatical elements may be seen as an easy task at first glance, but it gets worse and heavier when it comes to find the accurate equivalent that covers both the functional and the semantic treatment of the grammatical word within the sentence. There are many linguistic hindrances which arise when translating the grammatical elements from English into Arabic and vice versa. This study sheds the light on the difficulties which first year students of Malta of translation face when translating the stated and dynamic adjectives into Arabic. Our research questions, in order to scientifically tackle the subject matter, two questions were formulated to probe the hypothesis correlated with. Number one, why do various students opt for literal translation when dealing with such a type of adjectives into Arabic? And number two, what's a good reliable equivalent for each of the article types in Arabic? The hypothesis as we first hypothesize that most students tend to literally translate adjectives in English to adjectives into Arabic without transposing them according to the entire definition of the Arabic language, and they see such steps follow interpreters. Hypothesis two, it is stylistically recommended to opt for stated adjectives translated as Arabic stated adjectives, while dynamic English adjectives should be translated as a verb in Arabic text. The methodology. We have adopted a neuroanalysis-based approach along with a stylistic approach by which we randomly handed over a task administrated to 25 students of Malta students of translation. We then analyze the answers to identify the reasons behind the errors they might commit and the way we might make them more aware of the errors they commit. So we come here to define what we mean by stated and dynamic adjectives. First of all, most adjectives are stated. So you can say they refer to a state of being or a condition. For example, the cake is delicious, the high, the mountain, the green glass doors. So all of these are stated adjectives. Stated adjectives are not used with imperatives. So we cannot say be tall, or don't be German, or be young, for example. Dynamic adjectives, on the other hand, are to some extent under control of whoever or whatever they describe. We say agreeable, calm, careful, difficult. So when adjectives are dynamic or used that way, it is appropriate to use them with progressive tense forms and in the imperative. For example, we say she's being rather disruptive. Or we say, don't be so vain. Or when I say, be helpful. Okay, well, here is being kind and so on. The Arabic stated and dynamic adjectives. The stated adjectives in Arabic, we say sifa, that qualify the noun permanently. We say qadir, rahim, merciful, almighty. So these are stated ones, and that's why we say that an adjective describes permanently things or persons or people. While the dynamic adjectives, we call them in Arabic noun, and they qualify the noun temporarily, so they are not permanent. We say artisan, thirsty, jackal, hungry. After the analysis, we found that the results of the study indicated that there are plenty of student errors in the translation of English adjectives, especially the stated and dynamic adjectives. Differences in source language and type of language make students find it hard to stylistically render the adjectives appropriately. From the result of a lot of the text, there are 25 students of all the standards show about 98% of ears while moving into Arabic. In addition, out of 10 sentences, there are 8 cases of errors caused by interlingual errors. The main sources of errors are caused by interference between the source language and target language. And number 2, it's the lack of knowledge of the good balanced usage of adjectives in Arabic. In this example, for instance, we gave the students the sentences in English. He's hungry, don't be sad, he's poor, he's late, again, the news made me happy. And we asked them to translate them into Arabic. So 98% of the students translate all the adjectives either stative or dynamic, literally. So he's hungry, translated in don't be sad, to لا تكن حزينا. He is told into إنه طويل. His late again إنه متأخر جدا. The news made me happy جعلني خلاص سعيد. So we notice here that all adjectives, regardless their types, are literally translated into Arabic, while it shouldn't be that way. Okay, because we see that stated adjectives can be translated as adjectives in Arabic. However, the dynamic ones cannot be translated as adjectives. They should only be translated as verbs. So, in the example of it's hungry, we don't say or say ja. In the example of don't be sad, we don't say that but we will say that. In the fourth example, we late again, we don't need to say but we have to say the example, the news made me happy. We should not say but rather But in the third example, he's told this is a stated verb. So it can be rendered as an stated adjective. So it can be rendered as an adjective also in Arabic because this doesn't change and it describes a permanent quality. So we can say in Tawil, but and to respect the Arabic stylistic construction, as well as predators not using the adjective alone. So it's always recommended to find the adjective with a noun qualifier. So to say إنه طويل القامة instead of saying إنه طويل. So at the end, we suggest here that dynamic English adjectives can be rendered or referred into Arabic. So we said the Atasha is hungry, Ja'a is late, Ta'akhara is absent, Raza is lucky, Iktatamadahu, Al-Habba. In suggestion number 2, the stated English adjectives can be rendered with negative into Arabic. The second is that of course. A sword, we say إنه طويل, then the other قام إنه طويل قامتي. الحمد we say إنه جميل, and the other محيا إنه محيا, French إنه فرنسي, picture إنه أحمر. And so in all these stative adjectives, we opted for stated for sifat in Arabic and non-verbs because these qualities do not change. But we need to add something in Arabic which is the noun, because when we say طويل ماذا طويل قامة, and we say جميل ماذا محيا, so فرنسي ماذا فرنسي وجدتيا. This is purely Arabic style. At the end, we have some recommendations. Students should be taught these 2 types of adjectives within the GMC methods, grammar translation method, or GTM. Students should be acceptably exposed to different authentic texts containing examples from both languages. Of course, examples of stated and dynamic adjectives. Students also should be taught to respect the Arabic language style, the features related to the use, order, and function of adjectives.
Thank you very much, Dr. Belarbi. I invite the participants to send their questionings. If they have some questions, I invite them to send them, as well as the audience here in the Amphi. I move to the third. The floor is given now to the third participant.
Dr. Sandeep Sharma from Government College, Ialc, India. His contribution is entitled Saussures, Reading of Panini, The Case of Linguistic Cannibalism, Genitive Absolute, and so on. I display the video.
Hello, everyone. This is Sandeep Sharma, and I would like to express my gratitude to the Department of English Language and Literature, Kesari University, and the conference committee of the first Applied Linguistic Conference for allowing me to read my paper. So, first of all, I will introduce my work. I have tried to read Professor Ananjan Shukla and his translation of Saussures on the use of the genitive absolute in Sanskrit, which was Saussures' PhD dissertation, and Shukla translated it in the year 2018. There are basically some dangers and capabilities involved in reading Saussures. Reason being, because Saussures' basic course is many times removed from the reality. Like thought, Saussures, and students and colleagues of Saussures translate it into French and finally it appeared in English. But when we see Shukla's translation, it seems to be thrice more familiar, like thought came and Saussures thought about it, and then Shukla translated this thought in French, from French to English. So then is this act of translating into English by an author from India, is it a resurrection or is it cannibalism as Harish and Susan Bexnet claim in their book? Finally, I will be discussing about the use of preposition and genitive in English and why there is a need to simplify its usage. I have reviewed the literature, and in this review what happened is that I've taken some authors whose father's national mother's tongue was Sanskrit, and on the other hand I've taken the authors whose mother tongue was not Sanskrit, and therefore authors. In the first part, we have Professor Raman Chiram Apte. I discussed his works, and R.T. Mandaka's different works, and about foreign authors made a list of authors like Max Mueller, Edward H. Speaker, and his different works. So my first part of the paper deals with the concept of cannibalism in linguistics, and the central code in question is this one. Today, increasingly, solutions about the powerful origin are being questioned, and the major source of that challenge comes from the dominance of fearsome cannibals from outside the safety of the hedges and neat big walls of Europe. This is what Bexnet and Harish believed. Understanding this text is as tough as pulling teeth. So here I have deliberately used this cannibalistic metaphor. I have, you can read this slide and it's difficult to read it. Picking up the brain out, although this also looks a bit cannibalistic here, are the theoretical implications of devouring a catchy faced by a Brazilian tribe. They actually claim, that's not encouraged, that candidates are coming from the established, out of the established European norms and about what translation is and what it signifies, and they speak about India, Latin America, and Canada, and which they believe that they're cannibalistic in this approach. So there is a coincidence when I was reading Saussures' dissertation, PhD dissertation, and I read this quote, and it's Tatsa Kalpitam Dakshanam Matapin Mesopinam. So this quote is about Alexia eating watapi. So it's like eating of a cannibal by a vegetarian. So there is a divine compulsion to eat the first, the ugly, the foul, the intestine, not the body of the one who is sacrificed by the leg. And that's it. Being the most neutral and easily digestible sound, almost every native speaker pronounces schwa. The saliva of the borrower is highly acidic. The borrowed words are quickly digested or left to sanitize. Mouth linguistics, they are spices of eating or stomaching or digesting different words from different languages. There is a lot of the facial gait, a Parkinson of harmony, speech and corresponding spellings fail to match. Finally, this is what happened. There are some multiple points about social hesitation, and there's some characteristic things also that involved in this. One is that so frequently always uses diacritics for Sanskrit quotes in teaching education, but it does not use these diacritics for the other European languages like Greek, Latin, and so on. These Romance languages remain locked, making it indigestible to the brain of the reader who cannot make out designs out of the strings of alphabets. So does not attach any religious or national values to other classical languages. So being a linguist, Soso only considers Sanskrit as a language of Hindus, or he frequently says absolute as invocative. And finally, we should not try to find any change of collection or rhythm as I did with alphabets, linguistic sounds, and characterism between professional updates premature death at the age of 34. Soso's awareness of professional updates work on genetic absolute in Sanskrit and Muller's close association with Soso as linguistic and professional update in the colonized India. Further, I have discussed Soso's objection to Jai Mangala, in which Jai Mangala, whose commentary and biography is unavailable online, for the research online. Soso says, another or what we call disrespect in genetic absolute is evident in effect only concerns the statement, although in table alone it is inadmissible to see in Tasmin Madati the idea although he spoke. Now I shall be discussing about the origin of although in translating Tasmin Madati. Which actually Soso objects. Here the word bhava as kriya or verb, and also the emotive substance of the sentence, as we have another in genetic absolute. The Shashi rule of vibhakti sometimes is combined with the locative seven as Saptami. So we have to understand the bhavas of Hanuman, as we also have to understand the context which created these bhavas. So the rule was Shashi Kanagari. Anagara is also bhava, and anagara is also a verb here. Anagara is an adjective. We must see that in Rule 2:37, that is here also we have two sets of bhav. It is repeated twice. Once it is repeated for use of intuition substance, and the other time it is used for the verb. So I'll take this quote from Sundarkan. Yadi vachanam padasyami dujita eva sanskritam. So here Hanuman actually thought that if I will speak the language of the Brahmins, if I will speak the language of Brahmins, then Sita will get frightened of me, and she will take me to be a messenger of Ravan. That's why Hanuman was in doubt. And maybe that's why Jaimanla, before translating Tasmin Madati, used although. So in the final part of my paper, I have discussed the use of preposition, genitive, and English grammar. Once the definitions are in order, Sanskrit actually can accommodate any possible reshaping of words in sentence. And that's why we think the Sanskrit is more suitable language for computational linguistics. I've taken a sentence in Sanskrit, it's a source text, which can be translated into English as the design of talk. Here, unlike Sanskrit, the sentence in English cannot be reshuffled because Sanskrit does not follow, English does not follow the rules of inflected languages like Sanskrit. We encounter a major problem in reshuffling. The design of plot is the use of prepositional genitive of in this sentence. So we have to, this is another symptom of analytic language, but there is a contemporary need to reconsider the slow and discontinue the use of prepositional genitive of in English. So here was my conclusion. In the conclusion, I have written about these points. And point number one is that there is a need to do further research on the scholars like Professor Apte, Pandit Durga Prasad of Jaipur, and Chairman and so on. And there is a need to simplify the rule governing genetic cases in English, the removal of prepositional genetic of. And the treasure of Susor is founded on one book alone, that is Course, and we should also try to read his early works and do some scientific research on that. And Susor's PhD dissertation was written primarily in Sanskrit and French. So we already have English version of this. Now the scholars of Sanskrit must translate this text into Sanskrit. We can find the traces of cannibalism in many modern languages like English. So there is a need to look into post-colonialism and the set of language by pursuing scientific research into research.
Is the apostrophe S genitive present in Sanskrit in all its aesthetic and functional features?
Thanks, Dr. Sharma from India. In our context, we are accustomed to deal with associate either in French or in Arabic. Your contribution gave us other details and information about the way in which the audience in India deal with such an important linguistic contribution. I move now to the presenter, Oussama Siwi from University of Oran 1 in Algeria. His contribution is entitled Investigating the Contributions of Linguistic Theory to Translation Studies. I display the video, the recorded video.
Present Sanskrit in all its aesthetic and functional features. وهذه الدeuxième would you please shed more light on the term cannibalism?
After this, a range of key contributions of the linguistic theory and overall the market process of translation studies are briefly discussed in this presentation. Before we started with the Russian structures of jobs, in 1958, Congress Saki used from the overall theory of structures in linguistics led by Ialc to provide an extensive analysis of the translation process. As well as translation into three types, interlingual, and intersemiotic, Jacobson focuses on the interlingual type, which translation studies has always been focused on to introduce the intent of the translation studies. The mathematics algorithms, Jacobson argues that only translation can be effectively conceived with languages exactly as the signifier of the particular signifier is in the language. And this is particular fact differentiates between linguistic meaning and equivalence. This theory paves the way for a new particularly primary concept of emerging translation studies, namely equivalence, which exerted a leadership influence on succeeding studies and translation. Another key contribution can be seen in engagement that systemic approach to translation, in which we adopt some key concepts from semantics, mathematics, and related functional skills generated transformation grammar, and is added to sanitize the process of translation. He focuses on the concept of kernels, claiming that declarativity, activity, and the simple order of subject, object, and the analysis of the two-set structure to quickly conceptualize the embedding or underlying structure, like meaning, and to do this conceptualization into a corresponding target surface structure. This process is quite illustrated in this diagram provided by Naga himself. The descriptive analysis of the translation process moved the whole translation theory involves the realistic of the correct items between the missions which he raised at that time. The document flow, the new common concepts to design and implement in effect, among which were the two binary terms of correspondence and equivalence, which the succeeding items in translation studies were the only line happening from that time onward. And the critical and high-level model actually views translation as a communicative act instead of language itself. We agree that it is about transferring joint units between languages, or language systems in particular, including every single linguistic level and rank. It discusses the changes occurring while translating at the linguistic level, which Ialc captured what he calls translation shifts. He categorizes such shifts into level shifts, which is any shifts occurring at the linguistic level, say from mixes to grammar, while translating a particular segment from full text to short text. And more precisely, category shifts, which include alterations in structure, in class, in rank, or in the intersystem for the target language while translating. And I think that we would have been discussing really similar proceeding, but with more progress on the statistics of languages in the translation process. The distinction between two strategies in translation, direct translation and object translation, in a hierarchical order. Each strategy entails certain techniques to follow depending on the statistics required, i.e., if following Calc and literal translation in other words, roughly providing the convenient statistics of the direct language, it is recommended then to move to the object strategy using either transportation, coordination, or reverse translation or even adaptation techniques, each for a specific use. The aforementioned human linguistic approaches kept prevailing in translation studies up until the late 1970s with the German functional approach, which exerted a massive influence on the succeeding studies in translation. The main aim of this approach was to apply translation studies from the prevailing formulist approaches and to introduce a function-driven approach to translating. However, linguistic theory remained providing clues in the core processing of these items. The pioneering text-like model directly adopts concepts from the German linguists and language functions, informative, expressive, and appellative functions. Breaking up in the conceptual equivalence, Christ viewed the text itself as a translation unit, or the level at which the equivalence must be solved. She then projects these language functions into texts to typify their nature up in their functions. The performative text style has the function to inform the reader in varying communication parts. The expressive is more aesthetic and can be seen in poetic translation. The operative text style, however, has the function to appeal the reader to respond in a certain manner, which is in turn very common in the linguistic approach in linguistics prevailed in the 1950s and 1960s. The original text style will include all the different types, but with the help of linguistic units, i.e., pictures, sounds, signs, etc. Functional approaches to synthesize items in translation studies to move beyond the umbrella of linguistics at least in theory. Doing so, translation studies started receiving a wide range of cultural studies describing non-linguistic factors in translation, particularly in the end of 1980s onward, known as the cultural turn, which formed the contemporary translation studies. Contemporary translation studies clearly define translation theory from a linguistic approach. In fact, they are more focused on cultural aspects of languages and of translation processes. However, these are really resulting in an imbalance between translation theory and practice. This non-linguist prevailing cultural evidence, the logical analysis of translation, scarcely provide implementary tools to translate them. The cultural descriptions have actually deepened the gap between the translation process and its academic affiliation. as a relatively most studies has contributed with empirical means to apply its concepts while translating. It has left a lack of balance between translation studies and its processes. This particular balance is what translation studies has been public freedom. In all the aforementioned, this study concludes with the following. Linguistic theory has a massive contribution to the foundation of translation studies as an autonomous discipline of research. Linguistics has always been a core element in initial approaches to translation. Linguistic theory provided an applicable language to exemplify meaning concepts in translation studies. Recently studied cultural studies in translation shall not dismiss the fact that translation is about translating languages at first hand. To apply branches of linguistic theory shall contribute to generate an applicable method to contemporary views in translation studies. The study shall use further research in translation studies to those who investigate linguistic theory, particularly the active branch of linguistics, in attempting to generate the cultural conceptualizations. Provided more balanced or realistic approach to studying translation theory and practice. The main materials for
Thank you very much, Usama Siwi from Oran University. No one ignores the contribution of linguistic theory into translation studies. These presentations, of course, could engender a multitude of questionings, either via the chat box or among the participants here. It's hard to select. Of course, it's hard to select questions simply because they have to do with what was suggested. I don't know if I'll be successful in selecting some of the questions to put. First of all, I start by a question given to Dr. Shilli Majda from Constantine University. The question says, in which way does the Anglophone female literature reflect a specific tendency of literary production in the English-speaking world? In which way does the Anglophone literature female reflect a specific tendency of literary production in the English-speaking world? The second question, what is the difference between a male literary Anglophone production and a female literary Anglophone literary production? I don't know if Dr. Majda, yeah, are you ready to answer, to intervene? The floor is yours. Can you raise your hand, please? It's raised? Yeah, it's raised, of course. Would you like to raise your hand?
Well, do you hear me now?
Of course, we hear you.
Yeah.
You confused us with the name that you are using.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I would like to thank the faculty for this very important event and to welcome all the speakers from abroad and from Algeria. So as far as the first question is concerned, in which way the Anglophone female literature is specific? Well, the specificity of the Anglo female, it's the Muslim Arab female Anglophone literature is specific in two ways. First of all, because it belongs to minor literature, and well, in my presentation, I tried to present my own point of view that I do not agree with the naming, but it belongs to literature written by the people who are the children of migrants in the UK or the US. So it is not, I mean, literature written by native speakers of English. So in this way, it falls into the category of minor literature. And I can direct you to the theory of minor literature presented by Deleuze. So you can refer to it, to the categories, to the conditions, etc. Well, we cannot, I mean, personally speaking, I do not agree with the naming, because the word minor is somehow in between. I used it in my presentation between brackets. Minor means that there is a major, I mean, and minor measure not only in terms of number or an economic status, but it might imply to measure in terms of, I mean, intellectual status, or even, I mean, decent or race, I mean, origin. That's why I do not agree with the naming. The second, I mean, point where it is specific, because even within the category of minor literature, i.e. literature written by, migrants, okay, in English, okay, the general trend is that there is the sort of, writings which do not, they are not representations of a Muslim ideology. So there is a second specificity of these writings, that they represent a Muslim ideology, okay, which is very different from, the general trend in English literature, or literature written in English by Arab writers, where there is a sort of that disparity between ideology, or the cultural especially the cultural and the religious ideology, and these narratives. So I hope I have answered the first question. As far
Thank
as
you
the
very
second
much.
question,
Thank you very
second
much.
question, Professor Kudad, is a very intelligent and is very important question, because what is the difference between male and female Anglophone literature? Well, if you are, if you're asking me as an Arab and a Muslim, reader, I can
The
tell
question
you that
is not mine, Dr. Majda. The question is not mine.
yes,
The question is,
yeah.
suggested by one of the participants.
Yes, of course, all questions are welcome. I just said that what is the difference between male and female? I see that or I
Anglophone
consider this
literature.
question very intelligent from 2 points as well. It's intelligent because you are questioning the male-female division, which is Western by source, and to what extent this male and female division, I mean, and theories about female writings, etc., they are in hand with our own culture. So this needs a lot of
Thank you.
research and work. And also you are questioning, I mean, the division in the Western world itself. Yani, to what extent
Thank you,
there is
Dr.
a
Majda.
and well, I
Hoping
hope
that
I
I
have
didn't.
hinted to guidelines for answering at least the second question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The remaining questions will be directed to you, sent to you in your mailbox. They may open new research paths or ways, of course.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for
thank you very much.
your interest.
I have here two questions. Two questions directed to given to Mr. Belarbi. Mr. Belarbi, can negative transfer, in translation, of course, here negative transfer related to stative verbs happen between Algerian dialects and English dialects, of course, and vice versa in speech, in oral speech, but not in written speech. The floor is yours. Yeah, you would like to answer, Liv?
Yeah.
You are welcome. Come.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Well, for the question, I go directly to the point.
Yeah.
Negative transfer can happen and can occur, of course, at any level between any registers, dialect to dialect, or a dialect and a formal language. So in Algeria, we do have our dialect language, Arabic language, that we speak, that we use to express our thoughts and feelings. So we are teaching and learning English using our own dialect, Algerian dialect. So it happens that negative transfer and also positive transfer that may happen at different levels, different linguistic or cultural levels. For instance, I may give you here some examples for the positive transfer. I may say, for instance, راح in Algerian dialect, راح نروح معاه. راح نروح معاه, which can be rendered in English, I'm going to go with him, I'm going to accompany him. So because we do in Algerian dialect use this expression راح نروح, and it happens that this also exists in English, so the translation will be perfect. So this is one of the positive transfer that, of course, helps learners who helps speakers of learners of English to either translate or to learn the language. But also the problem happens more with a negative transfer, because most of the students think that the structures that we use in Algerian dialect or even in Arabic dialect can be also applied the same, using the same roots, using the same features in English, which really makes our sentences in English or make our production in English clumsy. For instance, I think in Arabic dialect, we say نكذب عليك. So most of the students directly make this negative transfer to I lie on you, which expresses something totally different. So the negative transfer and positive transfer may happen at all levels and all registers, dialect and not dialect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I remove you from your position, of course, temporary position. I have another question, which I didn't. I wish that you don't answer. It is related to the contribution, the negative contribution of journalism and journalism and mass media to what? To through the linguistic translation to produce some kinds of discourse that has nothing to do with linguistic and translation rules that is influenced either on the readers or on the receptors of linguistic of mass media. Sorry. The third question is directed to Dr. Sharma. Yeah, what could you please shed more light on the concept of cannibalism? Then, is cannibalism, negatively or positively perceived by you personally? I don't know if Dr. Sharma is among us. Yeah.
Mute. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for such a nice question. You have posed a question that, let me read it. Is it the question, cannibalism negatively or positively perceived by
Dr. Sharma, please.
Cannibalism is it can be taken as a positive concept. It can be taken as a negative concept. So I've taken two examples of cannibalism in my paper. One is eating of a Catholic priest by the cannibalist tribe. So here I believe that it gives a negative connotation because that the priest, he's on that side of he's on the hierarchy. The priest is on the hierarchy. He's wearing white clothes, and he claims that he is the man of the God. He's the messenger or the man or the priest of the God, and he is superior to the tribal people. He goes there and he tries to teach them Bible, but in the meantime, as BestNet claims in our paper, that in the meantime they eat him up out of respect. So this hierarchy is not actually. I don't believe in these kind of hierarchies. And the priest is if he is superior, then this is definitely there is definitely a negative aspect of cannibalism. On the other hand, I have taken the Hindu or the Vedic story, which even Susor quotes in his PhD dissertation, in which a sage eats up a cannibalist, a cannibalistic. The person was cannibal. The sage eats a cannibal because the cannibal was uncontrolled and his behavior was uncontrolled. He kept on eating people. He used to invite them to their places, and he used to kill them and eat them. So finally, a sage, a divine person, goes there and he eats him up. So I believe that this kind of cannibalism can be taken in a positive way. And one more thing, let me read it. You said instead of calling English to simplify, yes. English, that's I've taken the Sanskrit grammar, which was written in the 3rd century, a very complex grammar by the linguist, by the linguist who is also known as the father of the linguistics. Panini was an Indian and grammarian and a linguist, and from that period till 19th or 20th century, we have seen that as to how that English language has cannibalistically taken the words and it has deleted the major, the major sounds. Like, for example, they took a word from an area, from the colony, and they just tried to change it according to their own whims and fancies. And there are language theories on the linguistics gives different kinds of theories for proving that why this is silent and why this is not silent, why umlaut is happening. But what I believe, you have asked that why don't the colonies have their own grammar. Yes, that is why I'm telling you that we had a grammar. 3rd century. In 3rd century, we had very advanced grammar. Colonies had advanced grammars, but now it is inevitable because English doesn't belong to English doesn't belong to England or America or some other country. English is a global. It's a global language, so it is very difficult to be away from that language. We can see an example here in this conference. This is an Arabic country. I mean, people speak Arabic language. They speak French in Algeria, Berber also, but still we are having conference in English. So it's very difficult to get rid of English now. So that's why I have proposed that why don't we should make English easy, more easy, so that it can be accessed throughout the world. So English is not a language of a particular area, and English belongs to each and every region of the world. That's what I wish to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I greatly accept your justifications, starting from the perception that cannibalism is no longer a linguistic, let's say, practice, but goes beyond that to maybe to touch culture and to touch values, etc. And in the English-speaking world, no one ignores that with translation, etc., with technology, etc., we are no longer speaking a foreign language, but we are dealing with foreign cultures through a foreign code. And these make me suggest or promise you that other questions will be forwarded to you, maybe, and we will have, let's say, further interaction in the future. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you very much again. I have a question, 3 questions for Usama Shtiwi. I selected one among them. The question says, to what extent does the linguistic theory in translation resist to criticisms and challenges created by the functional approach in translation? That's what was written. Suggested or challenged by the functional approach. To what extent can the linguistic theory in translation resist to challenges suggested by the functional theory in translation? Usama Shtiwi, are you here? Yeah. Can you raise your hand, Usama? Would you like to raise your hand, Usama?
Yes, I'm trying, Dr. Kudat.
Okay. The floor is yours, Usama.
Okay. Would you please repeat the question, because I was not hearing it quite clearly.
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I want to rehear the question once again.
Yeah, I read the question. To what extent can the linguistic theory in translation resist the challenges and criticisms suggested by the functional approach in translation? That is the question.
Yes, yes. The functional approach in general has become to challenge the linguistic approaches prevailed in linguistics in 1970s and even before, but in 1970s and onward, the linguistic theory started to witness, let me say, new approaches, so that to not to erase, but to find a new way away from linguistics to tackle the issues prevailing in translation. Sorry. So the core element and the core processing of the functional approach is in fact linguistic, and
actually no study has, as I said, concluded with empirical means to depart the transition theory from being or from the linguistic approaches, which in fact imprinted this trend in the functional approaches in transition studies. So as I explained in the presentation, the Katharina Rice actually has adopted the Karl Boyler's language functions, which is purely linguistic approach in very prevalent in linguistics, and applied it to in the attempt to depart the transition theory from being a linguistic approach, which is clearly I don't know, but it is quite explaining how difficult it is to depart the transition studies from being a linguistic, from adopting linguistic approaches which is clarifying, because the transition at first rank is about transiting languages, and translators cannot depart or cannot get away from the language systems and their studies, particularly in the practice of translation. So the descriptions of the functional approach is quite abstract, and its application into practice is more needing for linguistics. Thank you so much. I wish this is answering.
Thank you, Usama. Other questions will be as well forwarded to you, yeah, the coming days. I was greatly impressed, honored, and enjoyed to share with you these virtual moments. I enjoyed working with you. I enjoyed sharing the knowledge by you. I declare the first section closed, and I invite you to stay here, to stay connected. We will start the second session in a few minutes. Thank you very much. See you again. See you physically and personally, hoping the next time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
رقم 2 بريزنتيشن صح مشكل هذه نحاها سكريمة
هذا
سي بون نرجع على فيديو
من نروح انت وش غادي ندي الفلاش ديسك احمد ندي الفلاش ديسك
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. So this is our second session entitled The Linguistic Theory and Translation Studies. I'm going to moderate in this session. I'm Dr. Bilarabi Ahmed Nuruddin from University of Warga. In this session, we have 4 presentations. Number 1 is presented by Dr. Mohammed Kudad from University of Warga. The second one by Mr. Saduqi Lazhar and his supervisor, Abdul Qadir Bilgarnin, Lazhar Saduqi from Warga University, and Dr. Abdul Qadir Bilgarnin from University of Tlemcen. Third presentation by Ms. Afaf Azizi from University of Warga. And the last one is by Lina Rumaisa Fregna, and with her supervisor, Dr. Abdul Qadir Bilgarnin. Of course, Ms. Lina Rumaisa belongs to our university, and Dr. Abdul Qadir Bilgarnin from University of Tlemcen. So, with the help of God, we'll start our first video by Dr. Kudad Muhammad. His presentation is entitled Re-Investigating the Role of Linguistics and Redefining the Scope of Error in Translation, the Case of Effective Text. So we do launch the video right now.
Good morning, everybody. First, I would like to again to thank the conference and the chair of the conference for ethics and for giving us this opportunity to talk to this event. My contribution is entitled Investigating the Role of Linguistics in Redefining the Scope of Error in Translation. Scope of error in translation. So first of all, we need to talk about the difference between mistake and error in translation. So there are linguistic errors, metalinguistic errors, and other dimensions of translation errors that have to do with the context, the situation, and the difference between mistake and error. A mistake, mistaken in the scope that turns out to be wrong. It will be something we decide to do and we find which step actually to the test. But an error, on the other hand, errors are made with reference to codes, making or settable what we have dictated a different action. When we talk about errors, we think all about language. So, linguistic error in translation are a literal translation, or literalness, and literalness occurs when translation following the sources forward in outward causing correct reading, for example, we say al-hakmat, writing nearly on right. Only translation doesn't care about what's called in English a pure tradition. Other linguistic errors, among them by interpretation and linguistic errors present either for source or target siblings throughout our advanced language interpretation, for example, instead of
are anti-balance by unifying the credit. فإن رأي من الفنجان بالمستعمل في القياس وهو العقل. There is also representing German and French and German in English and education and focus in French. These tools are linguistic parameters. There are many trends which talk about which are interested in translation quality. To understand how translation works in the function of text, Peter Moore and Hagel's mathematical scholars in translation review the importance to translation quality, among others. Translation evaluation should address presuppositions and distribution about the source and target text. And here we have in terms of translation assessment for translation quality, we're talking about new trends that are related to the current translation. To non-competitive model, among the scholars who adopted non-comparative models between the source and the target text are among others, of course, only the third, but focuses on the target text to be used. He adopts the position that translation are produced to serve and the Israeli Korean translation, who adopted as a position that the evaluation should focus on the target alone. He takes into account time and context in which one should be taken into account when assessing translation. Criteria of assessing translation, and here I mentioned that we are talking about when we talk about the investigating in terms of assessment of translation. So we have this comparative approach, which is based on telling the communicative dimension of translation and understanding it, and the functional pragmatic model that adopts translation shouldn't have any reflection to fulfill the target in the target culture or country. So we take something we hope to in this translation وخلال المساحات والخبرات نأمل أن نترك انطباعا مؤثرا. Here, Link is translated as مساحتنا الخضراء. This is the good translation in terms of literalness, making positive translation. At the same time, in the version now, secondly, the version of is translated as الخليج العربي في المثال في الترجمة النورية في الخليج العربي في نفس البلدان العربية الخليجية. Version is translated into Arabic, but although it is linguistic practices, linguistic practices, but in fact it is not linguistic practice, it is a manipulation. So we have not to minimize that the linguistic error is the case here, but it is a meta-linguistic error, if I can say. New terms in assessing translation, we have two mismatches. We have the dimensional mismatches, and we have the non-dimensional mismatches. Within the dimensional mismatches, we have the pragmatic errors that have to do with language, users, and use in general. And non-dimensional mismatches will be dedicated meanings of the original and translation terms and breaches of the target language and system at various levels. So the dimensional take into account the shape and the surface of language of the text, but the non-dimensional mismatches take into account the deep structure and the hidden surface of the target text. Recent dimensions of the translation, because translation focuses succession and functions, because
It is no longer faithfulness to the sources like the text with confession and affection. Translation should have a purpose effect, just as it explains what the text is convincing. A judge's guilty is distinguished if it translates or exceptionally sensitive words in our use of the text that has to translate or convey. Through these slides, I came to the following findings. The new trends in translation will be on linguistic considerations, manifestations of aspects of text. We find that subtitling and screen translation adopt other considerations in skipping the error in translation. Error in translation is mainly linguistics bound, and translation receptors themselves judge translation and know the parameters that are used by them, which sometimes seem to be expected. As a conclusion, I adopt the position of Anthony Burgess, who says that there are two degrees of translation errors, which are, and I think that I adopt this position, which is taken as granted among a lot of scholars. He says that there exist three types of translation imperfectness, which are errors, first, slips, two, and failure conversion group. If errors are positioned at the first level, slips and uniform have nothing to do with linguistics and they are taken as what? As a main source of translation failure and imperfectness and misleadness to think and adopt the position that these considerations are leading to consider the error in translation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kodad, for this interesting presentation. And this actually happened to me with my students. The example that you have highlighted here, they are hunting dogs. Only linguistics. So through linguistics, we could solve the problem. They are hunting dogs. If we consider are hunting as a present continuous, so nahum yutariduna or yasaduna al-kilab, and if it is used as a verb to be, so they are hunting dogs, it's considered to be as a compound noun, and hence we are talking about the dogs, a type of dogs. So linguistics can be, of course, a useful tool that really helps students in translating and understanding the different meanings embedded in a sentence. Now we have our second presentation by Mr. Lazar Saduqi. His presentation is entitled The Language of Our Media, Translationese or Evolution.
Good morning. So today we're going to participate in the first international applied language conference. The topic title is The Language of Arabic Media, Translationese or Evolution, by the second year doctorate students in literary translation. So translation means having investigated the variety of translated text in different areas. The target texts are distinguished by a particular language unit to translated by specialists in translation studies or translationese. This should make such a target totally different from the source text to the target text. To talk about the theory of four-chain this data include or words may not be accepted by the native speakers of the target text, such as sleep, chips, slaps, and latest overlap and favors of the local of the students between units of translation in the two language culture. It may be safe to claim that the law study of individual addressed itself to integrated language, learning in which large-scale attempts were made with the idea of learning problems and difficulties in order to limit them. Language learning literature interference is satisfying, in contrast to interference insofar as translation is concerned and received little attention by translation. Translation theory has long held that text and translation exhibit significant structural differences from untranslated text, a phenomenon true translation is. These differences result from the translators' attempt to produce a word that reader deliberately in the target language while still maintaining fidelity to the source text, style, and substance. Because of these attempts compromise translated texts are affected by the source language. Interference and translation is. Typology of interference can be linguistic, counter-mediated. Unacceptably, linguistic norms are already found in the source language to the target language. It is illegal that these norms and patterns exercise a negative influence on consideration interference, regarded as a classic however something to be syntactically avoided because it is work against the current and transparent way. Communicative interference takes place when learning words of a foreign second language use words of speaking, reading ways, and so on. Translation is a word or a lexical item from the foreign tongue which is counterparts of the foreign language which result in giving damage or intended meaning. Lexical interference are as expected if a given lexical item in the source language, when translated, has more than one corresponding lexical item in the source in the target language to meet the readers of computing special schools and private schools which are translated into Arabic, madrasa, khas. So, journalistic translation, by journalistic text may seem simple at first appearance can be received in fact Arabic media translation is one of the trickiest things to get conceptually rightly difficult terms are rarely the purpose. Great translators must not only be sensitive to the cultural context, but also be able to draft good journalists in the target language. There are also a number of reasons why translators reports and images will be in Arabic media. Authors do not intend to be changes in their ways or styles Arabic use. They are governed by the institution media policy. Is composed of three radicals. And this software can be predicted or subjected to produce at least 7 derivation per term. This derivation This delay text can be employed in the media to also remember in of instance of the foreign influence and Polish Arabic equivalents of different foreign language expression. So it has no output which is a point number 2. The last point, Arabic translators of English is journalistic texts have heavily relied on equivalence in word seal as well as word units into Arabic. Each use, however, has been made conventional and given additional equivalence. The overused strategy of careless equivalence in English Arabic translation has given rise to multitude of lexical, syntax, correlation, and diplomatic problems in the Arabic language text. Literal translation has also given rise to translations. The last thing that I would say, thanks for your attention.
Okay, so thanks a bunch for the presentation, Mr. Lazar Saduqi. So he talked here about the language of the Arab media, the Arab men and women who write in journalism. Of course, the language of journalists is not an Arab man-made, because journalism, newspapers, radio are made in the Western, and that's why most of the structures of the journalistic structures, most of the media structures are literally translated into Arabic, and this creates a new language that we call the Arabic media language, which is sometimes which violates sometimes the correct structure and the correct style of the Arabic language. So thanks once again. Now we do move to the third presentation by Ms. Afaf Azizi from Algeria, from the University. Her presentation is entitled Toward Cognitive Approach of Metaphor Translation, Investigating Cognitive Blending. And this term, or this topic, isn't actually a new one in translation. So let's launch the video.
Well, okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having us with us such an amazing opportunity to talk about from different perspectives. So let me first introduce myself. My name is Ialc, as you can see, PhD student at Continue Faculty. The major is literary translation. Today, I would like as well to introduce my topic. So my topic is entitled Toward a Cognitive Approach to Investigating Cognitive Blending. The aim of my topic is to give you an overview about my subject matter. I divided my presentation into 3 points. The first is about cognitive approach and method. Second point is about constructive metaphor theory, GCMT, and blending theory. And the last part is about the Prokopis, which is the famous novel by the well-known author George Ialc, as a practical part of my work. Well, let's start with the first point, as you see on the slide, the cognitive approach. So what does it mean, or what is the cognitive approach? Cognitive approach is a new interdisciplinary approach using language arts and scalable of human experiences. It developed in the late 1970s with the work of some scholars. CL currently flourishes as field for application and has expanded to different fields such as translation. The translator creates appropriate linguistic relationship within the historical and cultural context of the text, then they express it in TL and photo. CL also focuses mostly on semantic categories, grammatical construction. Now, let's turn to another point, which is metaphor. According to the study of metaphor, there are 2 views. traditional view and modern view, also sociological view. Metaphor, according to the traditional view, is property of word, and it is a linguistic phenomenon who must be talented to do it, and only poets or the writers can master it. On the other hand, we have modern view, which concepts of metaphor theory. The idea was extensively explored by Ialc and Johnson in their book Metaphor with God in 1980. According to Ialc and Johnson, CIT identifies and describes one kind of thing in terms of another. The same word metaphor is a property concept and not of words. Metaphor is not just a linguistic device, but it is a fundamental aspect of thought. Metaphors will by mapping from one domain to another, the target domain and source domain. The target domain is the idea that the speaker or writer is trying to clarify. The source domain being more easily understood zone of training experience. Metaphors are not just used in poetry and lyrics, they are also part of our everyday speech, and it is conceptual model by ordinary people, not just by poetic ones. Now let me give you an example of Ialc and Johnson, which is an argument is war. As you see on the map, we have two domains, source domain and target domain. The target domain is the abstract domain, and the source domain is the concrete domain. As between the two domains, there is a mapping. You can obtain things from the source domain and apply them in the target domain. So metaphor conceptualizes our language in the way that we view arguments as a complex feeling. For example, when you say, he attacked me when it comes to my argument, or I have never won an argument with him. This is about CNT. This perception of CNT gives rise to another approach, which is the blending theory or CIT, by Jimmy and Martin in 1993. The central idea of CIT is that some forms of human cognition are made up of the integration of learning of mental spaces. This, according to Foucault and Turner, has a couple of component species and processes that we discussed. So there are two or more input spaces of brains, mental spaces that are fed into conceptual brain. And vital relations between input spaces, which say are association between elements in the input spaces that have been converted inside the plan. So also selective projection into the blended space. So everything from the inputs and up in plan, and compression or decompression of vital relations, which make different things the same, or we make the same things different things. And the last one, which is emergence factors, referred to as factors that does not appear in the input spaces. Please take a look at this map. This is how Foucault and Turner signifies the process of CIT. We have not like a mapping between metaphorical source domain and target domain. But in addition to the inputs, we have the third, which is the blend, the result from the two inputs. And let's move now to the last one, which is practical parts. My focus is the novel Animal Farm by Paulo. He's well known for his novel 1984 and Animal Farm. Eventually, this novel, Animal Farm was translated into at least 70 languages, which are Slavic languages, and each Arabic too. There are different Arabic translators for this novel. Actually, as you see on this slide, I have chosen just four translators. I choose an example from Muhammad Abulani tool, which is the following. It was as though the words were turned upside down, which was translated to as you see on the slide, this is the mapping between It puts the two inputs according to T and T. So we have source domain, which is source language, and the target domain, which is target language. So upside mapping to Watson and down mapping to Apple. And here, as you see also, this map highlights the idea of BC. We have three mental stages: input one, source language; input two, target language; and blended space. In input one, we have 4 elements, one turned upside down, and in input two, we have 5 elements, which are in Qalaba, Al-Alam, Waqsan, Al-Aqid. Also, we have the blend, where we find the integration of the two inputs. There is a bifurcations correspondences between the elements in the inputs, which are compressed inside the blend. So the bifurcations here is the idea of reverse. Also, there is selective projection between the remaining 15 input spaces, and as you see here, it is a negative event. Because when we say, for example, Qasam ala Aqid, so in Arabic it's in negative situation, and in English too, we use upside down in negative situation. And the last one, which is emergent structures. In this case, we have 2 levels, semantic levels and syntactic level. In semantic level, we find it in Ialc, which is Ras, down which is feet, which is Aqid. The syntactic level of grammatical level. In English version, upside down, we have adverb plus adverb, which is noun phrase. In Arabic version, we have Qasam ala Aqid, so we have noun, preposition, and noun, which is noun phrase too. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. To conclude, I would like to say that translators succeeded in rendering the same impact of the metaphor by mapping experiments using analytic metaphor. Says roughly the same. This metaphor in the TT does serve the intention of the original author and reflects the same intention of this SQ leader. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to apologize to the audience because technical problems always happen, and because the student did upload and converted the video, and we don't know what's happening with the presentation here, because all the slides they don't really work the way they worked the first day she made the video. So I hope that her presentation, her voice were really clear, so that you understood the content and the beneficial content of the presentation, because it was talking about the CM to the metaphor, the translation of metaphor, and investigating the cognitive blending, and this is really destroys the traditional view of how do we see metaphor. So metaphor is no longer the aesthetic presentation of the language. It's no longer the structural linguistic structure of the sentence, the good choice of words. It's everywhere, and we can live with it and by it, according to Lakoff and Johnson. So this new perspective of metaphor, how can we reflect it in our translation into any other language? So this is the main idea in the presentation, which was really purely technical, and we are really sorry for the inconvenience. These technical problems and this technical trouble always happens. Now we do close the session with the last presentation by Lina Romaisa Fregna from University of Wrocław. Her presentation is entitled "The Cultural Paradigm in Literary Translation." So we do launch the video.
Today, I would like to discuss the cultural paradigm and how we move from purely linguistic-based translation to the focus on culture. I will be given a brief overview of literary translation and then talk about how the linguistic term evolved to include the cultural term. The aim of this study is to show that even though linguistics is important, it is not enough for the best literary translation. Culture plays a significant part in producing a faithful translation of the original. Translation enables communication among the people of the world and is also the message bearer of a culture's knowledge and the protector of its heritage. Literary translation has to do with literary works such as prose or poetry, and it is not the same as the other topics that are translated. Why? Because literary translation serves as a bridge between communities and cultures, and because each culture has special attributes, taking into consideration cultural aspects while translating makes the task very challenging. In the past, translation studies concentrated on linguistics alone. Platforms, for example, cannot read linguistic theory because for him, any theory of translation must draw upon a theory of language, a general linguistic theory. Since translation is the act of transferring linguistic concepts from one language into the equivalent reality in another language, there is a definite relationship between translation and linguistics. Also, there are types of translation which are suggested by Ialc, which are intralingual translation or rewarded, interlingual translation or translation proper, and at the end, semiotic translation, which is an interpretation of verbal signs by means of signs of non-verbal sign system. Translation studies also include the concept of equivalence that was introduced by NIDA, with its two different types, formal and dynamic. NIDA means that both form and sentence in the target text are closely similar to the source one, unlike dynamic equivalence, which try to transfer the message in the source text as naturally as possible. Cultural term started in 1917. Why exactly that time period? Simply because this period witnessed the emergence of different theories and cultural critics. Among them is Ethan Zohar, who introduced his famous political theory, which best fits the cultural approach. What does this theory mean? It is defined in the Dictionary of Translation Studies as a theory to account for the behavior and evolution of literary systems. In other words, literature is a part of the social, cultural, literary, and historical framework. Also, there are four currents that help with the apparition of the cultural term, which are the descriptive translation technique, which are also known as the manipulation scheme. The corpus theory and its function, the model of translation action in which the translator is seen as the expert in the function of the intercultural message transfer, and finally, the constructionist translation theory, which in some sense is the basic theory for the cultural term in translation work. That given culturally based translation an important role in communication between nations. Newmark also suggested different procedures when translating cultural aspects. To mention few of them, we have transfer, modulation, and transposition. Briefly, it can be said that the cultural term was inevitable because the true essence of the culture is reflected in its literature. As a conclusion, it is true that linguistics is important for translation, but culture is also a significant aspect to take into account to render the principal translation of the original text. Thank you for your attention.
Well, this is our last presentation. The presentation tackled a very important topic, which is the cultural aspect and how should translators deal with it, because a text is not just dealt with at some linguistic levels. We need to go deeper into the cultural paradigm, into the cultural functions. So culturally speaking, a text is written and then read and then interpreted in different cultural areas and spaces. And that's why cultural paradigm or cultural aspect should be put into consideration by the translator, by the writer, the author, the translator, and next the reader, because each reader is by himself, herself, another author of the text in the second language. So now we do open the debate. If you have, of course, questions, you can send them to the presenters in the inbox. Yeah, I can read here the question by Dr. Shelley to Mr. Sadiq al-Azhar. The question says, does the media produce translationese in both directions of the language translated, or is it only restricted to a given direction as translationese are ideologically based? Well, we think that Mr. Sadiq is not here, is not on live. Yeah, so we can debate with Dr. Shelley here. So according to my own experience in translation, that it's the influencer who always gives their rules. Since journalism, since the media itself is created in the Western, so they give us what we call the ready models to follow. And I'm talking here restrictively in the media, in the media space. So this language, or these models, are created in French, in English, in other languages. They influence, of course, the journalist and the Arab journalist, which they try to imitate. So the Arab journalists try always to imitate the influencers, CNN or BBC, and they directly translate their structures into Arabic. And we have seen that in Al Jazeera. The Al Jazeera, when launched for the first time in 1996, I think, they imitated literally and strictly all the structures of the English language, because most of the Al Jazeera journalists worked before in BBC Arabic. Also, the BBC Arabic journalists, you can notice that if you come back 20 years ago, maybe, and you scroll you surf the internet, you will find that it is a literal translation of the English journalistic text. So it's the theory of the influencer. Of course, we may talk about a double sense influence, but yeah, the double sense influence in the sense of what? The Al Jazeera English, for instance. The Al Jazeera English, most of, let's say 90% of the journalists in Al Jazeera English, they are not Arab, they don't speak Arabic. And sometimes they are influenced, of course, by the models given by the Arab journalists, but to a given extent. Okay, so I think that it's mostly restricted to a given direction, but we hope a given day that the translationees may go from Arabic into English. This is my own modest point of view.
Thank you very much for your.
Do you hear me, Dr. Shelley?
Yes. I
Yeah.
thank you very much for your answer.
Yeah.
Well, I thank you very much for your answer. Yes.
You are welcome. You are welcome, Doctor.
Yeah. It's really insightful. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Yeah.
I do think that the Mr. Sadoqi would say the same thing as I did.
Okay.
So we do have another question. How
Yeah.
can metaphor be culturally translated?
Yes.
Is this the question?
No.
Into would you please read the question again? How?
In a context that is not Anglophone.
How can metaphor be culturally translated? Another question. For the third presentation, how can metaphor be culturally translated in a context that's not Anglophone? But I can open the opportunity or to our viewers, to our participants, to answer the question if they have any idea about it. How can, I said the question again, how can the metaphor be culturally translated in a context that's not Anglophone? Yeah, would you please raise your hands if you have any potential answer? I say the question again.
Yes.
How can metaphor be culturally translated in a context that's not Anglophone? Well, we have Dr. Shelley, yes?
Yes, hello again. Well,
Yeah.
Metaphor is by essence culturally bound.
Yeah.
So whether it is an Anglophone or a Francophone or an Arabophone context, it doesn't matter. I mean, it is what culture is about. I mean, the context is part of culture. So metaphor is culturally bound by essence, by nature, and thus its translation should be culturally bound as well, or oriented as well. If I have understood the question in the right way.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, of course, all the metaphors in any other language can be translated to any other language, of course, using the strategies that we know in translation. Sometimes we literally translate them if we have a common or we do share the same cultural values. Sometimes we omit it when there is some taboo with it. Sometimes we do reformulate it. So we do have different strategies and different techniques to deal with metaphor. So there is no metaphor in any language that cannot be rendered. I don't say translated, but rendered in a given way. I do think that we have no more questions. Yeah. There's a third question here. Can we have it? Yeah, so the question is, can we have literal translations of the Holy Quran given all by cultural, linguistic, and communicative interferences from the source language? I mean, is it wrong to translate the Quran? Thank you. The question from Mr. Abdul Haq Zidar. So I say the question again. How can we have literal translations of the Holy Quran given all by all the cultural, linguistic, and communicative interferences from the source language? I mean, is it wrong to translate the Quran? Well, I will give my answer, and I wait for the participants to also share their own. Can we translate the Quran? We look at what we see now. The versions, the translations of the Quran are everywhere, in English, in French, in all languages. So we have the translations of the meanings of the Holy Quran. We do actually have them. Now, to what extent these translations reflect both the content and the form of the Quran, this is another debatable question. But we have actually the translation of the Quran. We do read it in English, in French, in German, and even in Tamazight. We do have some translations in Tamazight. We do have also some translations in other dialects, in Moroccan dialects and Egyptian dialects. So it is translated. So the question is maybe to what extent does this translation reflect really the two levels? I mean, the content and the form, the aesthetic aspects of the Quran, the messages intended by the Lord in the Quran, and all the features of the Quran that are found in Arabic language, because Arabic is different from totally different at the stylistic level, at the paradigm level, at the cultural level from the other languages. I'll give an example here. If I say وَإِذَا الْعِشَارُ عُطِّلَتْ. So وَإِذَا الْعِشَارُ عُطِّلَتْ, the word ishar means a camel. The ishar is a camel, a she camel that is pregnant. And when the she camel is pregnant in the 10th month, the Arabs, the Bedouin in the ancient time, and now the chair, Dr. Kodad, would you finish? Would you stop here? So I would stop here, and actually I'm really delighted by the presentations and the insightful questions by our participants, and special thanks to our dear guest, Dr. Shelley. And I declare the second session closed. We wait for the other session by Dr. Amrani Jalal. Thank you very much.
Shall we start? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Blarbe, for your very, very insightful presentation. So now we have session 3. And in this session, we have 4 speakers, brilliant speakers from different countries. So, by the way, I am a teacher at the University of Qasdi Marbah Regla, and I'm really delighted to have you in this session. So in this session, we have 4 speakers. The first one is Nadine, the second is Soror and Sabrina, and the third Nabil and Hudan. The last one is Radia and Nadia. So to remind you, please send your questions through or via the discussion box. So we're gonna have at the end of this session a debate. So send your questions and we will discuss your question at the end of this session. So the session is entitled Focus on the EFL Teachers and EFL Learners. So I shall give the floor now to the first speaker, Nadine Nazaf from the University of Misr International from Egypt. Her discussion will be about the psychology of a language learner, the case of the outturn of self-motivation on a learner linguistic self-competence. So the floor is yours, Nadine. Yes, Nadine.
Hello everyone, hope you're all keeping sound. I am beyond honored to be here with you all today at the first International Applied Linguistics Conference here. This is the main motion. English language and literature at the International University. And my topic for today is about the psychology of a language learner, and mainly it's about the outcome of motivation on a learner's self-confidence and therefore self-confidence. So basically, let's just tackle what is motivation for learning. Well, the first term for motivation is that it is a social psychological factor that has a intuitive appeal. It makes sense that individuals who are motivated are eager to learn more and achieve more than those who are not. It goes without saying. This is a basic given. And one of the main, very, very important quotes that got my attention was by Gardner in 1985, to be more specific, is that motivation involves four aspects. First, you have a goal, then you exert an effort for behavior, and then you have mainly a desire to attain that goal, and then you achieve favorable attitude towards the activity that you have in front. That's a very small roundup regarding the quote. So what actually counts as motivation and success in a COVID semester, or may say a year now? Come on, it's March 2021, this pandemic for 1 year. So what actually counts as motivation and success? That is the question. So to be a very, very aware educator, you have to have a motivation checklist for your students. You have to be aware of the learners with you, the language community, instrumental motivation, language learning for immediate or practical, and integrative motivation, and finally the language learning process for personal growth and cultural enrichment through communication or contact with the natives of the altitude. Great, so this is perfect. So how to do so? It's all about the how here. There are four very main important aspects that you have to keep in mind as an educator, which is your discourse. So how is this gained? Through a relevant curiosity or attention by promoting autonomy. You have to start with a particular purpose or activity. And then you have to group or pair your students or be very aware of the participation structure. And then the activity design. You have to design your activities based on, for example, individual competition. Is it a team competition? Is it a intellectual challenge? Is it even a tangible class product? You have to design your activity based on certain targets. And then it goes without saying that you should, and I need to say should, be very positive in your encouragement. You have to be very positive in your criticism. You have to give constructive criticism. You have to mentor, not just students. You have to have a retrospection evaluation, and you have to be very positive while designing your activity. So this could be done through effective praise, elucidation of self, or peer correction, and of course class applause. So this is perfect. This is very, very pure science. So what is my topic? My topic here is about self-motivation. What, why, and how. So to motivate yourself, is this even possible? Can you motivate yourself, or does it have to be an extrinsic motivation? Do you have to be forced by some kind of motivation outside your circle? You motivate yourself from the inside with intrinsic motivation. So basically, motivation is the ability to drive oneself or to take an initiative or to take action to pursue goals and to complete tasks. It is more of an inner drive or something that you do take action, you create, you achieve. It is what pushes you to go on tasks, especially that you're pursuing because you want to, not because someone told you to. It is basically on your own. You are the only person in charge of this motivation. So my recent paper basically was applied based on certain aspects regarding self-motivation. It was an empirical study and a conceptual study at the same time. People always quote for all the same. So is this really the case? Are we all motivated the same way? So even if self-motivation exists, are we very the same while we apply anything? So motivation and self-motivation in second language acquisition learning are completely different, yet inseparable. I think it's my very own opinion. So this paper is mainly about the essence of motivation, and mainly, of course, self-motivation as a catalyst to reach linguistic self-confidence and the self-confidence in linguistic communication. Make sure that your students or second language learners are totally confident in the Ialc that they are studying. And in my case, it is L1 the Arabic language and L2 is the English language. So my keywords for the research paper are language acquisition, language learning, willingness to communicate, motivation, self-motivation, L2 self-confidence, L2 self-confidence, and finally motivation. The research questions here are what are the most common ways to enhance self-motivation in second language learning? And to what extent does self-motivation outweigh extrinsic motivation in second language learning? These are the very main important or major two questions that I aim to answer in my research paper. So basically, the abstract and introduction tackle the idea that it is worth examining to what extent learners engage with others to see if this reveals their motivation in the process of communication. So it's more to express the connection between theoretical perspectives. As before mentioned, that this research paper is an empirical paper and a conceptual / theoretical paper overall. So this paper attempted to explain what significant learners of self-motivation do, or what significant learner self-motivation has on their linguistic self-confidence. It's basically to what extent does self-motivation affect the linguistic self-confidence and thus self-confidence. So the methodology here is a mixed methods research. My participants were all Egyptian students. They were 50 university students, 25 freshman students, and 25 graduating senior students within the age of 18 to 23. They were all studying undergraduate Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Sciences. They were all reading their bachelor degree levels at this international university where I worked as a teaching assistant and instructor and mentor in Egypt. They were all attending general English courses, mainly academic English courses. It's one of the requirements of the final graduation. That's why I was their instructor, and I asked them to extend part of my research paper and asked them if they understood what self-motivation is and if it actually has a real impact or real effect on their motivation and their confidence and their self-confidence. Participants here, they filled in a questionnaire, and it will be found in the actual paper in the appendix, which consisted of 10 questions on a Likert scale, which number 1 is the lowest and number 7 is the highest, along with 3 open-ended questions to understand more about the participants' motivation in general, give more space to and actually tell me what they feel, what they see descriptive, like some kind of choices of closed-ended questions. So as I just told you, the questionnaire is found in the appendix section, and the very end of this paper, the full paper, the main full paper. A couple of questions were piloted first among 10 students, 5 freshman students, and 5 graduating senior students, before going through the entire questionnaire. And luckily, I'm very lucky that they loved the idea of being self-motivated and wanted to continue with the rest of the questions. So I only wanted to examine whether or not the correlation between learners and linguistic self-confidence and their proficiency in their willingness to communicate was significant. The participants were asked to take the feeling of the creative feedback orally to the researcher in that case it was me. And this is only just a minor procedure just to ensure that none of the participants was under depression, fear, or any kind of very, very briefly, the results have indicated that fear is essential when it comes to increasing linguistic self-confidence. However, taking over such fear by visualizing the end result of reaching where they want to be is beyond important. Some findings indicated the need for extrinsic motivation, all about balance. Not everyone is the same, which replies our question: is everyone the same? So definitely not. And there is a need for a challenging environment first to motivate yourself. Surprisingly enough, that is not the case for most of the collective participants. So to set aside the results of this study so far, self-motivation shows the study and the signs of feeling good about yourself when others do not necessarily influence the learner or even understand where there could be a reason to be motivated. The need to organize the possible motivational strategies arose. This is by choosing not to avoid being daunting, encouraging oneself to feel how complex the domain is and certainly achieving despite all the burdening challenges and all the odds that might and will, fortunately, despite it will come in the way. So the final framework, which should be explained based on results so far, consists of 4 main dimensions. To wrap them up very briefly, number 1, creating the basic motivational conditions for oneself. Number 2, generating initial motivation. Number 3, mentioning and perfecting motivation. And finally, number 4, encouraging positive perspective self-evaluation. So the conclusion overall is that the concept of self-motivation is turning the second language learning and linguistic self-confidence is here to shed light or illuminate how second language learners come to master the output of each language, including how they are socialized to use language appropriately, culturally, significant activities, and how they are socialized through languages with local values, beliefs, theories, and perceptions of the outline, which is Arabic in my case. How the processes of linguistic and cultural development are interlinked is also very important, and that is one of the output ideal linguistic stuff. So a more conclusion or an even more conclusion is that a multitude of conclusions could be drawn from these results of this present study, which could include interest of further researchers and experts in SLA or second language acquisition, as well as EFL/EFL professors or instructors. And in light of these results of the present study, the concept or how can I put it? The idea of self-motivation does contribute to a huge extent in learner self-confidence, sufficiency, and language anxiety to make significant contributions to the outcome of communication
learners. So overall, comparing the learners also would make 15 for new research studies for 1 hour alkalize, which again might employ as well as other further researchers still would love to get comments with them. So overall, adopting cooperative approach to innovation of WCC or relevant community, further studies to investigate other factors and it would ideally compare later on. And these are the references, and I am beyond honored to be here with you today. I hope that you found this interesting. Answer any of your questions. You can find an email. Anyway, that has to do with self-motivation on and thank you very much. I am Hello everyone. Hope you're all well. I am beyond honored to be here with you all today. This is the is around the psychology of a language learner, and mainly it's about the outcome of motivation on the learner's self-confidence. Therefore, self-confidence. So basically, let's just tackle what is motivation research. Well, the scientific term for motivation is that it is the social psychological factors that have it makes sense that individuals who are motivated are eager to learn more and achieve more than those who are not. It goes without saying. This is a basic given. And one of the main, very important quotes that Rafa mentioned was from Gardner in 1985. More specifically, is that motivation involves 4 aspects. First, you have a goal, then you observe practical behavior, and then you have maybe the desire to achieve that goal, and then you achieve favorable attitudes towards that you have in mind. That's a very small roundup regarding the book. So what actually counts as motivation is COVID factor or say here now come on for 1 year. So what actually counts as motivation? So to be a very aware educator, you have to have motivation factors for your students. You have to be aware of the learners equipment, your academic community, the motivation, language learning for creative or practical, and the integrative motivation, and finally, the language learning, problem solving, personal growth, and cultural motivation through communication or contact with the native communities out there. Great. So this is perfect. So how? So talk about the how here. There are 4 very main important aspects that you have to keep in mind as an educator, which is your support. So how is this gained? Through a relative curiosity by doing you have to turn purpose or activity. Then you have to do or share your
الجماعة شوية
So this could be done through secretary, or peer correction, and of course class watch. So this is perfect. This is very short time. So what is short topic? My topic here is about motivation. What, why, and how. So to motivate yourself is possible. When you motivate yourself in order to have motivation. So basically, motivation is the ability to drive oneself or
initiative or take action to pursue goals and achieve tasks. It's more of an inner drive or something that you do in action. And it's what you should be from on path, especially if you're pursuing because you want it's basically on your own. You are the only person in charge of this motivation.
Yeah.
So my research paper basically was assigned based on certain aspects regarding motivation, the first study and a conceptual study at the same time. People always quote for all the things. So communicate or develop motivation in a way. Even the top motivation are really very
Okay, thank you very much, Nadine, for your brilliant discussion. And I think you took 20 minutes. That's too much because we should have 10 minutes. But it's okay. Your discussion has been very, very insightful and brilliant, and I admire it very much. So now let's move to the second speaker. Two speakers, in fact. We have Soror Amudur and Barzour Sabrina from the University of Abbas Laghror, Khanchla, Algeria. So their discussion will be about effective foreign language teacher. So go ahead, yes. Yes.
Good morning. I'm Olivia Soror from Khanchla University. Our presentation will be about succession for a language teacher. Well, this is the outline, introduction, research problem, research aim, research methodology and design, research results, discussion, and conclusion. It's clear that education is fundamental to build a civic society that is passionate about lifelong learning in the speedy changing and highly developed world of 21st century. Indeed, foreign language learners are learners to be active participators in classroom interaction. Relatively, numerous theories and assumptions have been developed to explain the language learning process. These theories, normally influenced by developments in the field of linguistics and psychology, they have inspired many approaches to the learning and teaching of foreign languages. Common approaches to language learning in education explain how people learn a given language and how their direct application to the educational process. Relatively, pedagogues rely on such approaches in order to design suitable instructional systems that guide teachers towards achieving success in their profession. However, education in the 21st century is merely about developing lifelong learning and lifelong skills. Correspondingly, 21st century language learners need to be engaged in highly collaborative and personalized models of learning. Consequently, effective language teachers are those who are able to develop relevant skills to build a classroom community which provides a safe environment where individual learners can discover, create, collaborate, communicate, and reflect on their learning goals, or to maintain the fluencies or the 21st century skills, which are critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. Because teachers have a powerful, long-lasting influence on their learners, the question arises as to what is an efficient foreign language teacher. Therefore, Research aims at investigating foreign language teachers and learners' attitude toward the criteria of an efficient foreign language teacher. Concerning the research methodology, the study asks for online questionnaires directed to foreign language teachers and learners to extract non-statistical data with regard to their views and attitudes. First questionnaire has been administered to contributors English and Department of Letters and English language in the University of Ialc. The second questionnaire has been directed to 60 Muslim students for the same department. Talking about the results gathered from teachers' questionnaire, you can say that all the participants, 100%, agree that an efficient foreign language teacher is empathetic, flexible, technologically capable, updated, pragmatic, linguistically educated, a classmate, experimental, open-minded, researcher, doer, and helper of the best. Moving to students' questionnaire. Well, the results from students' questionnaire can be summarized as follows. Almost 97% of the participants believe the efficient foreign language teacher to think about students' future and is aware of the career opportunities may arise from them, flexible and open to diversity, knowledgeable about the cognitive, social, and emotional development of the learners, able to get learners engaged in an effective lifelong learning and technologically capable, able to prepare learners for the challenges of an adult life in the 21st century and information provider. Thank you for your attention, and any questions are welcome.
جيب له فيديو اللي ورا. This one. Yes. This one.
I'm Dr. Huda, and I'd like to introduce to you our contribution to the first International Applied Linguistics Conference, Improving Reality with the Lens on Linguistic Theory, which is entitled The Experiences of Ialc Teachers Facing the Challenges of the First Professional Practices. As for the context, the teaching profession is a precious and valuable job that the field of education receives thousands of graduate students who want to be in that field and profess to teach. What inspires them to this profession is the good affection that we have on learners and help in making a difference in students' lives. Their desire to raise a clever and responsible generation is what motivates them to hold this responsibility. Teaching English as a foreign language has lately proven to be motivating and challenging experience for novice teachers who may face numerous problems at the beginning of their career. Thus, the goal of this study is to investigate the problems encountered in the teaching process by both novice teachers of Ialc and their students. This study seeks to find out what difficulties novice teachers may face at English classes. Our study seeks to answer the following questions. What are the main difficulties that novice teachers or teachers face at English classes? Why do novice teachers face these problems? How do they overcome the problems that stood up their teaching path? And do they learn how to be more effective and successful in their career? Our presentation is in the following parts. First of all, we'll start by some definitions. Then we'll explain to you the statement of our problem. After that, we'll present to you our research methodology. Last but not least, the main results and their interpretations, and finally, a conclusion. The first step in doing any job or activity is the most difficult one. Thus, the initial views of teaching are regarded as challenging and push. When we say learning from teaching experiences, this means that learning comes after numerous problems and difficulties. Novice teachers of English language, especially teachers of literature, face a variety of problems. These problems led to newcomers to the teaching career leave their profession after less than 3 years of teaching. So we can say that with great opportunities come greater challenges, but these challenges will not define your decision. The problem underlying this study entails that novice teachers of literature may meet problems that vary from one teacher to another according to the teaching situation. Thus, we intend to discover these problems set in English literature classes. As for our methodology, to determine the problems and to test the hypothesis, the descriptive and analytical study was conducted. This research data were collected through an online questionnaire distributed to novice teachers of literature. Besides the semi-structured interview conducted with them to gain more clarifications about their problems. The main results indicated that the majority of the teachers, 54% of them, encounter or face many problems. The next chart illustrates 6 problems that novice teachers face. Thus, they very often meet problems related to teaching literature as a lack of resources or training and relations with other colleagues. Sometimes they don't receive support. Most of the teachers, you can say 5, more precisely, 5 of them often face problems with selecting the text and choosing the appropriate teaching method. Others lack the library resources. Some of them confirm that they sometimes have problems like managing their classes, drawing students' attention, and lack of training in literature or teaching. However, the problem that they have never met, according to 9 of them, is in establishing relations with colleagues and receiving support. As a conclusion, we can say novices learn from their experiences and from the interaction with other teachers, especially if they face many problems while transmitting the message in their classes. Therefore, future studies are recommended to address novice teachers' preparation programs and for investigating their problems in other fields and making comparatives. We will conclude with the saying, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, so thank you very much, both the speakers, Nabil Aziz Hamadi and Huda Boumediene, for their insightful presentation about the experiences of the teacher. And now let's move to the last speaker, both Radia Bougabs and Nadia Idri from the University of UNS, Asia Jabbar Constantine. Their discussion will be about linguistic knowledge importance in teacher education EFL pre-service teachers insights. So the floor is yours, both Nadia and Nadia. Yeah, either. Yes, go ahead.
Hello everyone, I'm really overwhelmed by your attendance. Thank you for being here today. The essence of my talk in the scientific method is to raise an important issue in teaching related to teacher education. So my presentation is entitled New Technology Importance in Teacher Education. And I can present the teachers in science presented by Dr. Radia Bogdatsova, the Prime Minister of Consulting. The importance of linguistic theory in teacher education was highlighted by Hamilton when saying that teachers are requested to develop the knowledge in linguistic theory in case they want to comprehend how the teacher learning process takes place and to explain what is going on with the lessons. Linguistic theory then offers solutions to language-related problems and adjusts on with how English as a foreign language is present in the classroom and how students learn it. Since linguistic knowledge can help teachers to think critically and constructively about language, which makes possible the design of the most feasible and practical language teaching pedagogy. And artificial intelligence constantly provides future teachers a theoretical training for 4 years for middle school teachers to 5 years for high school teachers. And of course, this will be crowned by a practical training designed before students set graduation. So, to extend the teachers over the strategic trainings are one of the focus of linguistic knowledge during their practical training and in their career as a future teacher. Let's the people here literature to see how researchers perceive the importance of linguistic theory in teacher education. According to Ialc, the professional teacher of English as a second language is pedagogical training to their teacher. In academic training in English language and linguistics to be a professional industry. But the two is a certain priority for English language and linguistics. Foreign teachers of English have to be exposed to concepts and things related to language and language skills such as phonetic terminology, English syntax, language acquisition, curriculum and service design, discourse analysis, social linguistics, analysis of physical methods in testing and evaluation. In her inquiry, Korea wanted to examine the purpose of linguistics courses for English majors whose main objective is to teach the language. Her finding revealed the importance of linguistic theory in teacher education. Furthermore, she provides a set of recommendations on how to make it to receive the future teachers benefits from linguistics courses. Therefore, I found that a teacher who is able to understand how language works will be able to understand what himself or herself and his or her students struggle with while learning the language. Then, there is an important request. Despite such efforts of teacher training program, there have been continuous indication of preserved teachers experiencing difficulties reaching the gap between theory and practice. So let's say back to our study. The scope of the study are the following. We want to know or to find out if the teacher trainings are all the objectives of the linguistics theoretical training. The second objective is to inquire about the teacher trainings awareness of the importance of linguistic theory during their practical training. And the last objective is to certify whether or not the teacher trainings perceive the utility of keeping up to date linguistics knowledge in teacher education future programs. So our study we deposit from 4 research questions. The first one is to know what is the teacher training's attitude toward the linguistics contents presented during the theoretical training at realistic consulting. And the second question was asked are in the teacher training to grow the objectives required linguistics content designed for future teachers.
And the third one, how do you teach trainers the extraordinary linguistic theory, knowledge, in their practical training? And in the last question, we want to know how do you teach trainers perceive the excellence of keeping up-to-date linguistic theory knowledge via teacher education programs. In order to answer the recent questions, we conducted a descriptive analysis design relying on a quantitative data analysis procedure and using the online questionnaire as our research tool. Data collection proceeded through circulating the questionnaire via the Moodle platform and Moodle Classroom. 15 Ialc pre-service teachers responded via the same Moodle link. The research finding revealed that all respondents are pre-service teachers were 38% are high school teacher trainees and 62% are middle school teacher trainees. All of them were exposed to linguistic and linguistic skills. The majority for 4 years and only 8% of them were exposed to linguistic content for years. 76% of them express positive attitude towards linguistic content presented audience, yet 24% hold negative attitude. This content is revealed by 42% and 44% to be practical and easy to learn. For the others, it is dry and practical and difficult. Required linguistic knowledge and concepts future features. The findings reveal that the majority of them agree that it's the content, the ability to know about the two aspects of language and learning. It enables them to know the theoretical basis of teaching language skills. And also the fact itself allows the ability to know the practical basis of teaching language skills. Also to know theoretical independence about correcting language learners' errors and to be knowledgeable about the history of language teaching methodology. So it seems that they have a full idea about how they are completely aware about the main abilities developed via acquisition of the linguistics. Conclusions. Linguistics is important. It is agreed that linguistics is important in teacher education because of the phonetics. Knowing or learning about phonics helps him or her to know about the articulation and the physical aspects of the speech signs. Phonology helps teachers to know about the tendering, intonation, stress, accent, and features of the speech. Morphology education helps him or her to teach vocabulary. Syntax helps him or her to teach the rules, structuring word forms, phrases, clauses, and sentences. And semantics education helps him or her to enlarge his knowledge about the meaning of words and sentences. So it seems that the respondents are completely aware of the importance of linguistic theory in teacher education. When answering these questions, we can say that from the findings, we perceive that if a teacher trains display the positive attitude towards the linguistics content presented during the linguistic training awareness day. The second conclusion, it answers the second question that if a teacher trains are completely aware that linguistics training they are exposed to before graduation focuses on developing their knowledge of English linguistic system. Also, if a teacher trains finding the linguistic theory knowledge refused during their practical training, mainly how to solve some classroom problems in relation with learners learning. Keeping up to date the linguistic theory knowledge was requested by Ialc teacher trainers who raised the call for excellent teacher education programs in the future. Because their intention is that to succeed in the career of teachers, they will keep the knowledge in linguistics very up to date. It is agreed on by the majority of the respondents. Yet, 20% will take an usual position. Moreover, to issue high-quality teaching and be effective in language classroom, students future interns and eager to take part in simulation conferences workshop, to take part in school-based activities, rely on personal teacher development. The students' future recommendations is linguistic theory should be applied in the classroom by giving more tasks or activity to facilitate the understanding of each course. The second recommendation is the need is for qualified teachers in the subject matter who know how to run the course effectively is the most important factor, and raising the students' awards and motivation of linguistics comes after. The idea of creativity is absent in the course of linguistics. A teaching it's in the MP does not work at all. The way it is taught harms the content. Practicality of linguistics knowledge should be studied in real life situation, like going out in the street and observe how people know how people manipulate the language. We come to the end of our presentation, but speaking of saying that future language teachers are usually required to take language teaching methodology courses, but language teaching takes much more than speaking a language and knowing how to teach it. We, future teachers, need to know how language works as a system, so we future teachers can make informed choices in our teaching. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Okay, thank you very much, both Radia and Nadia. And I would like to extend also my thanks to all the speakers, the 4 speakers. And now is time for a debate. If you have questions, please send them through the discussion box. And we have now participants to answer your questions. Please answer or ask your question by raising your hand, please. If you have questions, please. We are waiting for your questions. Yeah. So let's read some questions here from the box. Yeah. So I have a question here to Soror Amudur. You've said that a teacher should be technologically capable. There are experienced teachers who lacks knowledge in mastering technology. What are your comments here? Yes, the question is to Soror Amudur if she is present here. So please raise your hand, Soror. Where is she? Yes, Soror. Yes, so I can repeat the question. You said that a teacher should be technologically capable. There are experienced teachers who lacks knowledge in mastering technology. So the question here, what are your comments on that, please?
Of course, you all know that the age of technology in our era is a must. So I urge teachers to just start learning. As we know, effective teaching is an ongoing process. Teachers never stop.
Yes, so we cannot hear you well. Please, can you approach the mic?
Yeah. Now,
yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, very good here now. Very good. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. So as I have said, we are in the era of technology. It is, technology nowadays is a must. So teachers have to master this, if you can say, skill or knowledge. How? We know that the teacher is a lifelong learner of teaching. So I urge teachers just to learn about technology. Nowadays, we have the information everywhere. So I just tell them to just start learning about the skills of how to use technology in the educational settings, because it's really a must nowadays, especially after the corona pandemic. We all see that all people are learning through technology. So it's a must nowadays, became a must for us to be technologically capable. How is through learning. Learning is the key of being technologically capable. So how, of course, I can say that nowadays information is everywhere. Just the teachers need to have a program of I don't know, personal development, and as I said, the teacher is a lifelong researcher. So just to keep researching and learning about the skills of technology and how to use it inside the classroom, and even talking about the e-learning. So talking about education nowadays is impossible without talking about using technology as a tool for delivering information and for teaching and for making discussions, international speaking, and to exchange information through always technology. So talking about education in this era is impossible without relating it with technology.
Okay, thanks a bunch, Dr. Salam Omar, for your answer. And in fact, yes, you said that is a must that the teacher has to master the technology in the classroom and outside the classroom, because most of the teachers, or sorry, most of the students now, they have the competence and they have the potential to master the technology. So it is a must now, both for the teacher and the student in the classroom, to master technology. At one hand, the teacher, this is the first thing, the teacher must have the linguistic and the practical knowledge about what he is going to produce for his students. And on the other hand, he must, or it is a must to master the technology in the classroom. Thank you very much, Mr. Amador, for your answer. So let's move to the second question. If we have a second, if we don't have a second question, so it's time for a break. We take a break, and because we are very hungry, so we need to take a break, and we shall come back at 1:30. Please join us at 1:30. Come back and join us at 1:30, please. No questions? So we shall take a break now. Thank you very much. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we are online. So now we close this session. So I would like to thank all the speakers of the session 3 about the focus on the EFL teachers and EFL learners. And I hope that you all benefited from this session. It's very, very insightful and beneficial and marvelous. Thanks for joining us, and I shall see you at 1:30 back to resume the other session. Thank you very much.
السلام عليكم أستاذ. Hello, can you hear me?